Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Bathurst International Circuit, Mount Panorama, from RaceKraft Simulations for the 6 hours of Bathurst Enduro on this wet and wild and woolly Sunday morning. Here in the great city of Perth, Western Australia, we are joined with a 14-car field, bringing you all the action and getting ready for a bumper day of racing. We are rolling through the back end of qualifying at the moment, and on track, Jewel and Fisher, your current top time holders. Anthony Jewel and Liam Fisher setting the fastest time right now, 2:01.7. Ahead of the entry of John Lee and Alexani in second. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard into the third spot here. Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy with a 2:03.4 that leaves them in fourth. Jordan Diablo and Caden Manders with a time good enough to go P5 right now. V-Race 1, which is a capable entry of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver, will be one to watch from 6th on the grid so far. The Grushin and Judd entry, Sasha Gruen and Sean Judd into P7. Teen and Vince, McDonald and Merendino, Zane McDonald, Todd Vince, Nathan Vince and Cameron Merendino, a 4-driver team into the 8th spot here with a 2:06.002. The Alderman entry of Daniel and Nathan Alderman in the house. They are currently 9th fastest with a 2:06.005, 3 thousandths of a second between 8th and 9th on the grid so far. The Gale and Farrell entry of RK4, Meath Gale and Jack Farrell, currently 10th fastest here. Bell and Hamlet, Cade Bell and Tommy Hamlet into 11th fastest with 2:07.038. And the Cochran Prussian entry of Nick Cochran and Riley Prussian, they are currently 12th fastest. 3-car team from Davo Sim Racing of Davidson, Singleton and Rickards, currently 13th fastest with a 2:20.3. And in 14th, I've got no time set by the Gray and Cullen entry. We are less than 1 minute from home here. We follow the entry of Jewel and Fisher. Currently Fisher out of the car, so it's Anthony Jewel trying to set the time and get them seated into the field. He's trying to see if they can get this car going any quicker on track and try and put a bit more security in the bank to lock those guys into a pole position start. Pole position might be a great thing, but it is a long race. 6 hours of racing to get done today here around Mount Panorama. 6.2 kilometres of racing circuit and the undulation, of course, the famous Mount Panorama, bringing us all the action today, and I'm sure the mountain will provide. As we follow Jewel out of Forest Elbow onto Conrod Straight for a final tilt at a qualifying lap. As time has expired, that will put us into the back end here. A final attempt as everyone started their last laps to try and set a time. Down into the chase. Out of the left and right. Down through the High-Tech Oils Bridge for the final time here. Julesy trying to set himself a lap. Now to Murray's Corner for a run to the line in the McLaren 720S GT3. Stay with a 2:01.535. So that's a wrap on qualifying. As everyone runs through to finish their final laps, we'll let them finish off and bring you an order. Get your qualifying order racked and stacked, and we get this grid lined up for 6 hours of racing here at Mount Panorama Circuit. Well, a short, sharp qualifying session brings us to this, the starting grid. Julian Fisher from pole, Liam Zani from second. Zani will take the opening stint here. Mangano and Leonard from third, Ungen Hoi from 4. Gray and Cullen will start from P5 here on the grid. And it's a sea of McLarens, not really a big surprise there, as McLaren seems to be the dominant car in the field. This early morning light, though, at Mount Panorama. We go back to P7 on the grid of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver from V-Race 1. There'll be one to watch here. Grushin and Judd, Sasha and Sean will start from P8. The Alderman entry of Daniel and Nathan will start from P9. Team Hangover, Tommy Hamlet and Cade Bell will start from P10. The Galen Farrell entry from 11. From TNN Vince, Zach McDonald and Cameron Merendino will start from P12 here. The Cochrane Prussian entry from P13, and then we go back to P14 on the grid. Will be from Davo Sim Racing of Davison, Singleton and Rickards starting out of P14. Now I've noticed a bit of a driver change. We've thrown in Liam Fisher into your pole sitting car as we get the revs up. And we are getting set to go here from Mount Panorama Circuit for 6 hours. Lights out and we are away. It's not a phenomenal start from the Julian Fisher entry. Zani's going to get around them on the run towards Hell Corner for the first time. Let's please get through clean. We've got 6 hours. A bit of rubber door panels at Hell's. We're all going to sneak through relatively clean. There's a Porsche off in the grass on the way up Mountain Straight. And that's going to rejoin and get the run here. But there's a Porsche sticking in there for second. That's Mangano and Leonard into the second spot. Look at the gap that Alexani has built on the field already up towards Quarry Bend. Big carnage into Quarries. Lap 1. Unbelievable. And your pole starting McLaren of Julian Fisher getting absolutely shafted through the field. They are going to lose a huge amount of ground. They're way back in the field. Sans a front bumper at the moment. They're joined by the blue McLaren of Cochrane and Prussia with the bumper hanging off that one as well. But out front, Alexani doing what he does best, clearing out house on the opening lap here at Bathurst. We saw it a few weeks ago in the SRT Trackmasters Academy GT3 Championship. We saw it last week in GT1s with Alexani clearing out in the house here on a Monday night league night. Back to the Gray and Cullen entry into second with Ungen Hoi into third as they come out of Forest Elbow and down Conrad Straight here. Right behind them, Ungen Hoi having a crack at it. There's a bit of a gap further back to Mangano and Leonard, the first of the Porsches in the field. As we fly down Conrad Straight towards the chase for the first time. The first lap in a 6-hour enduro. And carnage down at the chase. Someone else has gone off as well. Gray and Cullen have had an off at the chase. And that has picked up Ungen Hoi. And they're going to have to come into the pits. They are looking at getting into pit lane and getting some repairs early on in this one. The entry of Jordan Diablo and Caden Manders will drop into the third spot here. Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver playing a smart game here. They will pick up second to be 7.5 seconds off the back of your race lead. Alexani out front. Diablo and Manders into third. Team Hangover, Bell and Hamlet into the fourth spot here. From the Davo Sim Racing entry of Vince, McDonald and Merendino, they will go into P5. Galen Farrell into P6. Mangano and Leonard in the Porsche, all the way down to P7 on this opening lap. The dual Alderman entry right behind them here in the Sultan 72, McLaren 720S. And Davidson, Singleton and Richards in P9. And Sasha Grushin and Shawnee Judd rounding out your top 10. Gray and Cullen all the way down to P11 in the 45 McLaren. From Ungen Hoi down to P12. They're going into the pit lane to get some repairs here. Cochrane and Prussian hanging on in P13. And look at this. Your pole starting car Jewel and Fisher in for repairs on this opening lap of racing down in pit lane. It's going to be a long race to come back from this one, but it is 6 hours and anything can and usually does happen here at Mount Panorama. We'll follow along your third place runners at the moment. Diable and Manders. Jordan and Caden having a go at it. Who's in the car of Diable and Manders? Is it Caden? So Jordan Diable in the car at the moment. We're going to try and keep on top of who's in the car at any point in time. It's a little bit hard with the entries of Davo Sim Racing and V-Race 1 not being on site here at RaceKraft Simulations. And I will apologise early for the vocals. They're a bit strung out after a big day yesterday at our home of Horsepower Perth Motorplex. Bring you all the action. No, a spin! A spin at Murray's Corner. And Diable has just gone and done a U-turn around into the wall. That's a shocker at Murray's Corner, and he's going to try and get it. I wonder whether he's got an issue now with the car that he's been nursing and has just bit him on the way out of Murray's Corner. If he has to go into pit lane, it's a long 6 kilometres to get all the way back around the pit lane entry to bring it back in. That will elevate Team Hangover into the third spot. Belly and Hamlet heading up Mountain Straight towards Quarry Bend. Clicking through the gears on the way into the cutting. Bang a hard left while dragging the brake. Now start to squeeze the middle pedal a little harder at the cutting before you come out of Griffins. And head up the hill where it starts to get blind. The steering gets light across the top of Reed Park. We start to pull it around the left through Solomon. Dealing with the undulation on the road and slamming the chassis into the ground at McPhillamy. Have a breather for a second. Prepare yourself for the dive back down to earth at the top of Skyline, down through the S's. And the undulation can fire you into the wall very quickly here at the Dipper. That really tight left-hander right section. Then it smooths out a little bit on the run towards Forest Elbow. Back down the hill, and you can take a big sigh of relief. You've survived the top of the mountain for yet another lap here at Mount Panorama. And Tommy Hamlet currently doing the wheel work here into third with 18.4 seconds off the race lead of Alexani, with Edwards and Oliver into the second spot here. Through the chase now. Flat tack and dragging the brakes around the 150 marker. Hard on the brakes into the left-hander and hanging onto it on the run towards Murray's Corner. Down towards Murray's. That is a lap with Tom Hamlet. Tom the Pom holding on to third here as we are not even 10 minutes done. This is going to be a long, long day here from RaceKraft Simulations. The 6-hour enduro of Bathurst. Jump forward on the road here and pick up second place at the moment. Edwards and Oliver having a crack at it. Couldn't tell you who's in the car right now, but it would be one of those two joining in from V-Race on Scarborough Beach Road, Osborne Park. As they go around a stricken McLaren, I would say that was Cochrane and Prussian just getting caught up. Cochrane and Prussian, not Nungan Hoy. Trying to figure out who that was actually. Could have been the Diable and Manders entry. They're looking like they're up there. We'll go back and we'll pick it up with Edwards and Oliver. Heading into Skyline. Oh, a big spin at the McLaren behind. Still can't figure out who that was. Just click through them all here. It's not these ones. Just fire through every car on the grid until we find... I really can't tell you who that was. following along with Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard. One of the few Porsches in the field here. Mangano at the wheel at the moment, getting caught up as a McLaren goes firing off behind them and still trying to figure out who that McLaren is. There's a Diablo Amanda's entry, the 38, gets caught up going down out of the chase. Pick up with Mangano and Leonard again. That blue McLaren right behind them. Not the Alderman and Alderman entry, so it is a lap down. It's not the Jewel and Fisher entry. Someone who's gone a lap down, or I don't understand. Here we go. It's a Galen Farrell entry. Diablo and Manders, they're in the blue McLaren. Alderman and Alderman, Mangano and Leonard in the red Spark Porsche. Still can't tell you who the McLaren is coming up behind them. Nonetheless, they are holding on to fourth at the moment through the BP Ultimate Corner at Solomon Park. That was coming out of Reed Park, now through Solomon on the run towards McPhillamy Park at the top of the mountain. And the horizon just drops below your feet and you start to feel like you're falling off the edge of the planet, down into the skyline, through the S's. Mangano carrying the Porsche gracefully in fourth at the moment. They're 34 seconds off the race lead already, as Alexani trying to break away and form himself a gap out there. And then just as quickly, the top of the mountain disappears and we start to open up the taps on Conrod Straight. Mangano and Leonard going to stretch this one out and try and hang on here. After this opening stint, now it's about damage control. Trying to conserve the car, stay in the race. Don't go fire it off into the walls at any point. And see if you can pick off the cars through the stints. As it looks like we've got a driver change already here for Sasha Grushin and Sean Judd switching over. We're going to drop Sashin into the car, into RK9 out there. Grushin and Judd currently 11th, going through pit lane. Another one of the few Porsches in the field. And they will rejoin just ahead of one of the McLarens here and head up Mountain Straight. We'll go back and check in with your leader and we'll give you a bit of an onboard view inside the McLaren as he heads across on the run towards McPhillamy Park. This is on board with Alexani. Inside RK10 across McPhillamy Park. The steering gets light if you get too close to the inside. The run towards Skyline. And on the brakes, they're starting to settle in for the top end of the mountain. Well, enough of hanging out with Alexani out front here as he leads away. 20 seconds he's built back to second now of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver in the V-Race 1 McLaren 720S. They're into the 2 spot and heading up the hill towards Quarry Bend. The number 27 Shaka entry. Team Hangover, Bell and Hamlet, another 18, 19 seconds further back in the 3rd spot here. And just a couple of seconds further behind is Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard here. This is a good battle starting to shape up for 3rd on the road in this early stage of the race. We are only 15 minutes into the Battle of the Mountain here at RaceKraft Simulations, coming up on some lap traffic that gets out of the way and does a great job of it. Hopefully we see plenty more of that throughout the course of the day as the traffic starts to play a part in this great race. But the battle for 3rd is on, heading up into the top end of the hill. Ray Mangano wants to have a crack here. See if he can pick up Team Hangover into the 3rd spot. We'll carry him across the top of the mountain. Let the Porsche walk all the way across the road. Just gives the wall a brush on the run towards McPhillamy Park. A lick of the inside curb and settles in for the run down towards Skyline. The Porsche just hanging on at the moment. Ray Mangano will go from his driver's eye perspective. That is a great shot into Forest Elbow, following the McLaren around and on towards Conrod Straight. This is the race for 3rd at the moment. The next car back is 16 seconds further behind of Jordan Diablo and Caden Manders in P5, then Galen Farrell in 6, Alderman and Alderman in 7. And then the Davo Sim Racing entries of Vince McDonald and Merendino in the 8th spot. Davidson, Singleton and Ricards in P9. And then Sasha Grushin and Sean John. The McLaren's off the road. Team Hangover missed the middle pedal, and that will drop them down into the 4th spot here. They rejoin. They have time before they're going to get swallowed up by Diablo and Manders, but that will drop them into the 4th spot. And an iconic moment right there that gave them out of the 3rd spot here. They will have to regroup and see if they can charge back into this one. We are 18 minutes in, 5 hours, 42 minutes and 30 seconds to go here at Mount Panorama for the 6 hours of Bathurst. We're going to let the cars do the talking for a little bit, go gather some fuel stop information and figure out what our fuel strategies are going to look like for today. We'll bring you all the remaining action here from RaceKraft Simulations for the 6 hours of Bathurst. So we are coming up to the first half an hour complete, the first 1/12 of this great race, and we're starting to talk about driver changes and fuel stops. Taking a quick walk around the room and looking at things, it looks like fuel burn is anywhere between 3.4 to 3.7 litres per lap on a full tank. That should give us around about a 31 to 33 lap run on fuel, but the cars did not start with a full tank. So we are working our way through trying to figure out when people are going to start to stop. From the looks of it, I was looking at the Diablo and Manders entry, and they were looking at about 11 or 12 laps left at the moment. So in about 15-20 minutes, we'll start to expect some drivers coming in for fuel. The exceptions will be the current entry of Jewel and Fisher. They had to stop at lap 1, so they took a full fuel load in the process. That means that Julesy is not going to stop until about lap 30, which will be an hour into the race before he might hand over the keys to Liam Fisher and put him back in. So they're kind of out of sequence at the moment. And they might have something different towards the end of this race. Of course, we all know the Bathurst race has come down to that final half an hour. Who's got fuel to burn and who has to conserve and hold on to the car underneath them. But the reasonable expectation of doing 32 laps around Mount Panorama without touching the wall, Caden Manders was saying he doesn't know how he can be expected to do so. They are currently in 6th at the moment, working their way out of the cutting and up through Griffin's Mount and Reed Park. Alexani out front here. He's completed 24 laps on the board, sorry, 14 laps on the board. And he'd be looking at burning off that last 5 or 6 laps in fuel. So Alexani burning a little bit less fuel per lap at the moment than the rest of the field, but I'd expect he'll need to come in here. Once we get these first stops out of the way and that second stint, we'll have a real definite figure on fuel burn that we can work with and figure out where everyone is at. Definitely the odd ones out at the moment will be the Jewel and Fisher combination. From the pole spot, getting caught up on that opening lap, they had to get repairs and take a full load of fuel. And that puts them out of sequence, hey. As we come up to the first half an hour complete, Zani leading the way, but there's talk about doing a driver change here to John Lee getting in the car. This will shake things up a little bit with a 33-second lead over Edwards and Oliver back there in second. The number 27 Shaka McLaren 720S is 33 seconds the gap. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard back there in the third spot here from Team Hangover. Another 12 seconds further behind of Bell and Hamlet in the fourth spot here with the digital camo. McLaren 720S just charging up Mountain Straight towards Quarry Bend. Then the Alderman entry in P5 as they make a run towards Hell. Currently rounding out your top 5. That's a little update approaching the halfway, or sorry, the first half an hour marker. Everything's still a little bit blurry in the morning. It's a bit rough. But your race leader, Alexani, cresting that final hill on the run towards Murray's Corner to have a crack at it. Now, a couple of weeks ago when we ran GT3s at Bathurst, we were coming up to the final minute of the race of the night, but we still have 5.5 hours of racing left to go. It looks like drivers are only really capable of hanging onto the car for about a 45-minute stint at this rate. So it's going to be interesting to see who's got the stamina and the longevity to hang on to these cars in the longer runs. With 5.5 hours left to go here at Mount Panorama Circuit, Lee and Zani lead the way. We'll follow along with these guys as we expect a pit stop to come very soon and throw a driver change at us here at the 6 hour of Bathurst for RaceKraft Simulations. 5 hours and 27 minutes to go. We see this wonderful thing at Mount Panorama called rain. It is starting to spit on the mountain. And this could really shake things up in the 6 hours of Bathurst. Currently, Alexani leading the way. Johnny Lee is strapping the gloves on, though, as he gets ready to take over the reins in the next couple of laps. But we were sitting here confused for a moment, trying to figure out what's going on here at Mount Panorama. I thought it was actual pixel loss in our broadcasting cameras, but it's actual rain at Mount Panorama Circuit, and this will definitely shake things up because I don't think anyone is prepared to try and drive Mount Panorama in the wet. As talented as our field is, and as great a drivers as we have in this class, I do not think anyone is mentally prepared for the fact we may have rain at the mountain. So we'll keep an eye on that one here. With 5 hours, 26 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the 6 hours of Bathurst. 32.5 seconds is the gap back to Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver. They have made improvements and are closing the gap. Now, it must be said, how big of a difference is it going to make for your race leaders between Alexani and John Lee strapping into the car? What's the lap delta going to be here? Zani clicking off in the 203s at the moment. Johnny Lee getting a little bit upset, paying him out when he's going to strap into the car. But it must be said, there is a pace difference between your number 1 and number 2 drivers as they lead the way. Yeah, are you happy you got me to commentate your race now, Johnny? So we'll see how that one eventuates when they do eventually switch over. Edwards and Oliver into the second spot here. Another 30-something seconds back to Mangano and Trevor Leonard holding on to third. The first of the Porsches doing the work. Now, the Porsche's probably a really safe bet around Mount Panorama. It's an easy car to drive. Simple to keep control of the understeer. Just modulate the power pedal. Team Hangover behind them by about 16 seconds of Cade Bell and Tommy Hamlet. They're working their way around one of the McLarens. We'll pick up back in 11th spot here of Gray and Cullen holding on to this one. The Davo Sim Racing entry, the Fanatec Porsche of Vince Merendino and McDonald, currently holding on to P10. Just ahead of them at the moment, the only BMW in the field of Davidson, Singleton and Rickards holding on to P9. Galen Farrell in the Porsche, they're holding on to P8. Jewel and Fisher making inroads on the lead and closing the gap, but they are going a lap down here. They are 3 minutes down on the race lead, so about a lap and a half off of Zani and Lee. They are pitting out of sequence, though, and they should be able to go with one less stop to the end of the race if they can hang on to this here. Sasha Grushin and Shawnee Judd in P6 in the Porsche as they run down Conrod Straight. The Alderman and Alderman entry. The Sultan McLaren and the 72 currently holding on to P5. Behind Team Hangover, Mangano and Leonard. V-Race 1 of Edwards and Oliver. And your race leader, Alexani. Dashing between the raindrops at the top of the hill as he charges through Griffin's Mount and Reed Park, charging up towards the top of the mountain. We'll have a quick check-in in centre as well. This is what it looks like inside RaceKraft simulations right now. From our ultra-crooked fisheye camera looking out across the centre. It's a hive of activity as drivers consistently checking in on each other, having a crack. Johnny's out the back cooking food. Aaron's out there on the barbecue as well, helping out, getting everyone fed here at RaceKraft Simulations. And of course, Cade Bell is eating in the background there. That's what's going on in RaceKraft Simulations race room right now. As we go back to the racing action, 5 hours and 23 minutes to go. Coming up to the first 45 minutes complete here of the 6 hours of Bathurst from RaceKraft Simulations. We are approaching pit stop time as we pick up with your leader, Alex Zani, into the chase and on the brakes at the 150. The rain is still coming as Alec goes straight on through the grass. We caught that one at the opportune time. Zani getting caught out because the rain is light but persistent and hanging around, and there's lots of talk going on in the room right now about choosing intermediates. The lap time drop-off, though, has not really been too bad. We're off into the 205s and 206s. I expect when we get much further outside that, dipping into the 210s if the lap times start to drop right off, then we'll start to really think about using intermediates or even a wet weather tyre. But by the conditions at the moment, from my 37 frames of rendered goodness on the broadcast computer, I can't see that it's actually too wet at the mountain. It seems to be raining a little bit heavier at the top of the mountain than it is at the bottom, as we pick up with Zani heading up the hill towards Quarry Bend. Sprinting across into the cutting. The weather doesn't really look too bad. It is still trying to spit rain. Heading across the top of the hill. 205.7 from Zani last time across, even with the shortcut across the right-hander at the chase there, running out of brakes in a big old hurry, trying to pull it up from 260 plus kilometres per hour down Conrod Straight. The McLaren 720S, probably the most unscathed car in the field at the moment, hanging on to it. Coming up on some lap traffic here as Zani works his way around the inside, diving onto the brakes through the chase now. We're starting to be thinking about a driver change because Zani would be starting to get to the fumes in the tank. As we say it, bang on. Alex Zani, your race leader, is into pit lane. It's time to do a driver change and put Johnny Lee in the seat.
Switch it to the camera.
And we'll change things over. And we'll check on, we'll see if we can capture a driver change in real time here. Zani out of the seat. Johnny giving us the, oh God help me, before he jumps in the saddle. And he's going to take over for the next stint. That was 45 minutes on fuel. And Johnny Lee will strap on in and get ready to resume the race lead on the way out of pit lane. Johnny getting suited and booted as there's still fuel in the car in pit lane here. And Johnny with plenty of time to get settled, just making some driver seat adjustments on the virtual side of things at least. And they'll finish up the fuel stop in a minute and get John Lee out on track. And he will come out behind, no, your second place drivers are also in the pit lane. Edwards and Oliver going for a driver change as well at the same time. So we're running almost matching fuel strategies right now between Edwards and Oliver. The V-Race 1 entry into pit lane, and that may hand over the race lead to Mangano and Leonard. No, they were too far back to hang on to it. And the Porsche of Mangano and Leonard are looking at coming in just a moment here in third place. Another one just in front of them here. I think that's the Alderman brothers coming in for their pit stop as well. So everyone coming in around the same time in this first stop of the race here. 6 hours of Bathurst from RaceKraft Simulations as Ray Mangano brings it into pit lane for his driver change. Where's Team Hangover at? They're in the pit lane as well. Bell and Hamlet coming in for a stop, and they will switch out here. Cade Bell will be set to take over the reins. Now the ones who are going to be out of sync, who may benefit from the most here, as we'll pick up with Sasha Grushin and Shawnee Judd for a second, they are yet to have their stop and a driver change. But the ones who are going to benefit the most out of this one is going to be Jewel and Fisher. They've already moved up to the 6th spot again as the Aldermans drop off into P8. And they may regain some time. They were a lap and a half down from the race lead after that opening crash. But a crash up the front of the field could bring everyone undone here We're going to catch up with Johnny Lee on his outlaps in the first couple of laps of his stint as Alexani comes over to give some words of advice in the RaceKraft Simulations main room. We watch on as Johnny Lee wheels his way through the chase on the brakes early to try and square up the McLaren. We'll see what his outlap times are going to be as Johnny gets accustomed to the car and accustomed to the conditions. It is still raining at the mountain. Across a 6-hour race, we have about 4 different weather slots coming to us pre-programmed into the race. Nobody really knows when they're going to come at us and what they're going to be, how severe they're going to be as well. But this rain is due to stick around for a little while here, as it was a 3 minutes 01.2 for the outlap for John Lee. And heading up Mountain Straight here, showing 54 seconds up the road from Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver in the second spot. They are yet to click off their outlap following their pit stop. And Team Hangover of Cade Bell and Tommy Hamlet moving into the third spot on our timing screen, as Mangano and Leonard dropping off to P4. Sasha Grushin and Sean Judd rounding at your top 5. Julian Fisher still into the 6th spot here, showing 2.5 minutes down from your race leaders. They are going to pick up some time as Galen Farrell are now into pit lane. Your RaceKraft Simulations entry pulling into pit lane for their driver change, so they're going to go down the order a little bit. Julian Fisher charging up into the cutting, making a run through Griffin's Mountain Reed Park. With 5 hours and 10 minutes left to go here at RaceKraft Simulations. The gap for the race lead, 56 seconds. From John Lee in the seat at the moment, and V-Race 1 of Edwards and Oliver into the second spot. We'll pick up with them in the Shaka number 57 McLaren, sorry, 27 McLaren, as they head up towards the cutting. The rain still staying with us here at Mount Panorama. It doesn't look too bad, though. It doesn't seem like it's bad enough to really upset the driving pace at the moment. We're in the 2-minute 30s on these outlaps and trying to rejoin the circuit. So we'll see what the times really are once we get settled into a groove here. But I'd say it's going to be the high 2-minute zone, but less than 2 minutes 10 before we really start to have to think about a wet weather tyre here at Mount Panorama. But if it sticks around, it may change the game. As V-Race 1, Edwards and Oliver through Skyline into the S's, a spit of flames on the down change before we go diving through the dipper and the run towards Forest Elbow. Keeping it tucked in nice and clean. 54 seconds is the gap now. They are going to try and eat away at this race lead with Johnny Lee at the helm of the Lee and Zani entry, leading the way out front here. 5 hours and 8 minutes left to go here at Mount Panorama for the 6 hours of Bathurst from RaceKraft Simulations. Lap times dipping into the 207s now. It was a 206.8 for John Lee, 207.1 for V-Race 1 of Edwards and Oliver. So Lee is holding off the advances at the moment. It may still be a 55-second gap, but you've got to hold on to them for lap after lap, as it's going to be about a 25-lap stint that John Lee's staring down the barrel of to hold on to this car through this fuel stint. There's Bell and Hamlet with a bit of company at the moment behind them. They are not close on time. The next car further behind, it is Grushin and Judd, so they are right behind on time heading across the top of the mountain. This is a fight for third at the moment. Down Conrod Straight. Our lap timing shows them 4 seconds apart, yet they're almost a car length between them as they go charging down Conrod Straight towards the chase. This is the fight for third. The Porsche pulls out of the toe and looks to the inside. This could be dicey on a slick track. Hard on the brakes into the left-hander, and Grushin and Judd will take the third spot from Team Hangover of Bell and Hamlet. And a great move to claim that third spot on the podium, as it looks like the rain is increasing here at Mount Panorama. The wipers are on and the cars are starting to dance around Bathurst. This could be very, very much of a game changer here in the 6 hours of Bathurst. It's all about who you've got in the car at the right time of the race. Who's a better wet weather driver in your combination right now? With just over 5 hours left to go, we'll take a short break. We'll bring you a full race update with 5 hours to go here from the 6 hours of Bathurst at RaceKraft Simulations. Well, we are 1 hour complete here at Mount Panorama Circuit for the 6 hours of Bathurst. 5 to go here at RaceKraft Simulations. We've done pretty much most of the fuel stops and driver changes. Some drivers still staying on slicks, some going for intermediates as John Lee leads the way. He is losing a little bit of time lap on lap now as the gap has gone down to 49 seconds. And a bit of gaggle of cars going down Conrod Straight. But the weather is persisting, and we might be looking at a flurry of pit stops coming at you to put wets on. The biggest winner out of this, if it happens in the next 5 to 10 laps, is going to be the Jewel and Fisher entry. They have not taken a full flight stint stop yet to change drivers after that opening lap incident, so they are a whole stop behind the field. But if they get equalised due to weather, this could bring them back into the race here at RaceKraft Simulations. 4 hours and 58 to go. Lee out front here. V-Race 1 of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver getting a little sideways across the top of the hill on the run towards Forest Elbow in second. Sasha Grushin and Shawnee Judd lapping in the 206s. They're 2 minutes and 10 off the race lead. They're actually running with your leaders just a lap down, and they are fighting it out with another McLaren that's in there as well. Jewel and Fisher further in there as well. I think that other McLaren, are still yet to find this other McLaren. It's not that blue McLaren. There's a rogue McLaren that I keep not finding in here. But it could be Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy, who I can't seem to get a camera onto within Automobilista's 2 broadcasting platform. We'll go back to Jewel and Fisher up to the 4th spot now. They're 2 minutes 25 off the lead. Now, if they do get the advantage of having to pit for tyres at the same time as they pit for fuel in their stint, they will be able to close up that gap, but it won't show immediately. It'll be a bit of time before we see the benefits of that in the later pit stops during the race, and they are having to think about a very long game here at Mount Panorama as the rain definitely starting to persist here at the mountain. The wipers are on and we're dealing with it here. A little touch of the wall there for Julesy as he made his run into McPhillamy Park. Problems at the moment down Conrod Straight. Grushin and Judd getting caught up there. They were caught up with the McLaren that was around them. And the McLaren that's gone sans its wings now as they come down Conrod Straight and through the chase. A McLaren into the wall at the chase. It's not Johnny Lee, your race leader, but it was one of our other McLarens. I'm still trying to figure out who's in what car here. That was Gray and Cullen firing into the wall on the way through the chase. Just lost the back end of the car at 250 k's an hour and got caught up firing it into the outside wall. They're going to have to pit for repairs and get that McLaren 720S fixed up here. At the moment, though, John Lee out front doing a stellar job of maintaining this gap. He's 50 seconds up the road. If there's any track that John Lee is going to have a stellar run, it's going to be bloody Bathurst. Johnny knows how to get around this track. He said it at our GT3 League night a couple of weeks ago. He may be Asian, but Bathurst is his home. As he hangs onto this car, heading up through the hill, just a little bit wide at the cutting. The rain starting to really affect the handling of these cars, and they're having to start think about opening up the lines and separating their braking and steering inputs to keep these cars in check. We're dipping into the 209s. At what point is the lap speed cutoff where we have to think about wets? Well, I did promise a full race update at the 5 hour mark, and we're now 5 minutes into that one, so let's go through your full race order. John Lee and Alexani in the RK10 machine lead the way at the moment. They're about 52 seconds up the road here from V-Race 1 of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver. Sasha Grushin and Sean Judd still holding on to third. They got caught up just a little bit ago from Gray and Cullen. Trying to go a lap down on Conrod Straight, but they still hold on to that third spot. About 27 seconds up the road here from Cade Bell and Tom Hamlin in P4. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard with Trevor at the wheel now. They hold on to your 5 spot. And Trevor starting to click off some pretty decent laps, although he had a 2:36 a moment ago, so that really hurt Trevor out there. From Jewel and Fisher now down to P6 on track. they've had a moment as well, and a massive margin they've lost as well. So they may have stopped and taken tyres. I'll have to find the inside line on that. Alderman's in the 7th spot here from Gale and Farrell. Heath Gale and Jack Farrell there in RK4 holding on to P8. The Davo Sim Racing boys, DSR2 of Vince McDonald Merendino rounding out P9. Then Davidson, Singleton and Rickards rounding out P10. Gray and Cullen in 11. Jordan Diablo and Caden Manders in 12. Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy in 13. And Cochrane and Prussian rounding out your 14-car field here at Mount Panorama Circuit. As we are 4 hours and 53 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama as the rain continues to fall. We're going to let the cars do the talk, and we're going to go find the inside line on the tyre situation in just a moment. We'll bring you some of the action from in-centre as well. Chuck up our portable mounted fisheye webcam. And we just caught a moment of John Lee getting all sorts of wild out on track, somehow managing to save the car. The weather is getting worse. The raindrops are streaking across the windshields now. In car, we'll follow along with John Lee, because if anything's going to happen, we want to catch it. And we'll be back in just a moment. Well, the 15 minutes has passed here at Mount Panorama, and the rain is persistent. In fact, it's even getting heavier. Lap times are still circulating in the 207s for John Lee, who's putting in a stellar stint so far. Hanging onto this car and just clicking off those consistent laps. The gap goes out to 55 seconds over Edwards and Oliver in V-Race 1 back there in second. Trevor Leonard hanging on there in the third spot with the Porsche, sans a bonnet, as he heads up Mountain Straight. He is some 2 minutes and 32 seconds off the race lead. So the gaps out front are pretty big and open. Bell and Hamlet in Team Hangover, still back there in the 4 spot coming up on some lap traffic, but this rain is here to stay at Mount Panorama. We will transfer through the weather slots in the race, but I think we're going to have this one for a little while longer, and this could really play a part. They're still on, I think everyone's still on a slick tyre, and they're still circulating around on a slick tyre. The rain isn't that bad and not torrential to need to go to wets within the Automobilista 2 platform. The tyre model is a bit different to what you'd expect in real life, and that much can really be the least of things that you need to say. But do we start to play the game? We took pit stops for fuel and a couple of driver changes around the lap 25 marker. We'd be expecting in the next 10 laps, we'd be thinking about another stop. If the rain is persisting and the tyres are really dropping off, we'll be thinking about going to wets. But the likes of John Lee and Alexani started the race on the softs, double stinting the tyres as Johnny just drops a wheel off in the grass, and they are still hanging on. They're still circulating as one of the fastest cars on track, with the exception of the Jewel and Fisher entry. They're doing 205s at the moment, holding on to P5 as Johnny Lee brings it out of Murray's Corner and onto the main straight again. We'll go back to Jewel and Fisher and follow them for a little bit here. They are trying to claw back a 25-second deficit to Bell and Hamlet for the 4 spot. But they're pulling back at the rate of 3 seconds a lap over Bell and Hamlet. So they are reeling this gap in. If Julesy can hang on to the car before they change over and put Liam Fisher behind the wheel to try and move back into this race. They have a huge margin to make up to get to your leaders, but really, it's only been Zani and Lee and then the V-Race 1 entry of Edwards and Oliver who have gone through this race unscathed so far, which is why they hold a 1.5 minute advantage over Mangano and Leonard back there in the 3rd spot. We follow Julesy through the chase on the brakes. The 150 marker has been blown away. That got taken out with the spinny McLaren of Graham Cullen earlier on, I think it was. Taking out the 150 metre marker on the way out of the chase. Dancing under brakes through Murray's Corner and working around down the pit straight. The lap time, last lap for Anthony Jewell was a 2:04. No, that was his best time. I'm trying to find their last time. Last time here for Jewell and Fisher, a 2:05.3. It was a 2:10.4 for Bell and Hamlet. The gap has come down some more now, where there's 20 seconds the gap between them. And Anthony Jewell trying to reel them in at the moment. He's got a little bit of traffic to negotiate on the way there as well, but they are trying to drive themselves back into this race. Now really, due to the fact that they stopped out of sync and took a hard compound tyre, they are well out of sync, and they may have really needed the birthday gift of the rain to upset the race for everyone else on track and bring them back into the pit sequence. But as they go firing around the outside at Solomon Park to put a lap on one of the Porsches, the luck might still come their way and bring them into this race, as an issue for Bell and Hamlet has brought the battle in for 4th. Cade Bell having a mistake in RK1 now puts on a great fight for 4th here. We're going to follow this one as they head across the top of the mountain into Forest Elbow. And Anthony Jewell can smell blood in the water. He wants to have a crack at 4th here on Cade Bell as they come down Conrod Straight. The rain continues to fall at Mount Panorama, and Julesy's on the lights trying to unsettle Cade. Weaving his way down Conrod Straight. He's in the tow. He pulls out for a little look under brakes. He's going to try and sneak it. Does a great job to stay off the back end of Cade as they come out of the chase and on the way towards Murray's Corner. This is the battle on for fourth at the moment, with 4 hours and 38 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama Circuit. Cade is struggling to get back up to speed though and carry that momentum. That lap was a 2 minutes 31 with that mistake on track that brought these two together. Julesy looks to the inside at Hell's Corner, checks it up in time and does a great job. Now Julian Fisher up to the 4th spot in this great race. Bell and Hamlet down to P5. The gap's further behind. There's a couple of battles going on further behind here. There's a good little battle shaping up for 10th and 11th between the Davo Sim Racing entry that's gone through the dirt trying to get into the pit lane of Davidson, Singleton and Rickards. So that's going to send them down the order. Gray and Cullen will close up that gap and go on through, and they'll pick up the top 10 once again. Let's go back to your race leader, John Lee out front with the wipers going. He's actually expanding the gap out to almost a minute over Edwards and Oliver in V-Race 1. As Johnny Lee rides the curb through Hell's Corner and keeps on trucking here with the McLaren 720S. Alexander like a proud father at the moment, watching on and helping guide John through the process to try and hang on to this race lead before they'll go change out again for the next stint. We'll be expecting pit stops in the next 10 laps or so. We'll be starting to cut it closer on fuel. We'd be looking at about 35 litres left for some of our leading cars. We'll go out around the room, do a lap, check in on some drivers, and we'll bring you all the action. We're going to pick up and hang out with Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard for the next few minutes and bring you all the action as the rain continues to fall at Mount Panorama. 4.5 hours left to run here. We are 1/4 of the way through the 6 hours of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. And your second place team, Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver, just pitted and have come in, and now that seemed like a relatively short stop. We'll get the official times as they come back out, as our intermediate timing shows them all out of whack, but I would say they did not take tyres. Although that would mean they're going to go triple stinting on a set, so they would have had to have taken tyres at some point. We'll see what they took and what it's going to do for them. We don't know what they took. They're in the V-Race Centre over on Scarborough Beach Road. Makes it a little bit hard to know what tyres they took for the stint. And who's even in the car now? We'll let them come out and have a go at it here. They drop into second. They'll stay there at the moment. Mangano and Trevor Leonard heading up Mountain Straight were some minute and a half off the back of them, and it's not enough for them to really close up the gap as Trevor in the car brings it through Quarry Bend. I mean, we were lapping in the 2-minute 12s there for Edwards and Oliver. They were losing time hand over fist to John Lee in the lead at the moment. So we'll see how they can pan this one out as we're starting to approach that next run of pit stops. It's going to be around about lap 55 to lap 60. We're going to expect the next round of pit stops. 29 laps is a full tank of fuel, according to the in-game fuel burn calculation. So we'll see what they can work out here as we follow along with Lee bringing it down the hill, chasing down a lapped Porsche at the moment. Might bring up our track map so we can see what's going on the right-hand side of your screen. The rest of the field rocking around the circuit here as we follow along with John Lee, trying to find his way around the outside. Off of the chase, Johnny Lee, the master. Just gets it done. He didn't even flinch. The grimaces and winces and body language around him of everyone watching on behind his rig. And just to give you guys a picture, I'll bring up the webcam and show you what's going on. We got several people standing around and watching John Lee do the work for Lee and Zani at the moment, including Alec in the center of the group there watching on and helping coach Johnny through the process. Wants to leave Johnny in the car as long as he can through the wet. We've had a double stop. Oliver and Edwards have gone out of pit lane, gone around the circuit and back in. They are dropping to third, and they will lose even more time. Mangano and Leonard into the second spot. With 4.5 hours left to go, I have no idea what the issue was, but that seemed like a shorter stop. I think they've gone for tyres. So Edwards and Oliver pulling it into the pit lane 2 laps in succession is going to absolutely kill their chances of running to the lead. They're going to fall off, and this hands a 2.5-minute lead to Lee and Zani out on track, just giving away a pit stop. This puts Oliver and Edwards back into the same stint schedule as Jewell and Fisher on their lap speed, so they're going to come out in somewhere relative to those guys within a shout of 30 seconds either way. For the V-Race 1 McLaren back to third now. Jewell and Fisher just heading up Mountain Straight through Quarry Bend, so they're not that much further behind. V-Race 1 coming out of Reed Park. Jewell and Fisher just heading into the cutting. So that's the gap between third and fourth at the moment. I can't give you a time differential just yet, unless our overview will tell us a time differential. 17 seconds is the gap at the moment for third and fourth for Edwards and Oliver as they get around the track, trying to hold on to third from Jewell and Fisher, who have been mounting a monumental comeback drive after an opening lap crash for your pole starters. And have definitely set the tone for their day in a damage control mode, trying to drive their way back through the field in this beaten, battered and bruised McLaren 720S. They're on the lights coming up to a little bit of traffic here. stricken McLaren going about another lap down here. Cycling through trying to find who it is out there, but I cannot tell you who they are coming up to put a lap on. Julian Fisher pull into the racing line on the way down towards Murray's Corner, and the McLaren will yield the position and tuck in behind them here and give it away for them. With 4 hours and 25 minutes left to go here at Mount Panorama. Julian Fisher officially 16 seconds off the back of third of Edwards and Oliver, who took a double stop somehow. Really not sure why they had to take that double stop. It could have been for a strategy call on tyres. I'm sure inside V-Race 1 at the moment, they'll be kicking themselves for that one. So your race leader is John Lee at the moment, at the helm of the McLaren out front. Still stretching this one out here from Mangano and Leonard in the Porsche in second. They are 2 minutes and 16 seconds behind in second. Edwards and Oliver into the third spot here in V-Race 1. Julian Fisher in 4 and Bell and Hamlet, Team Hangover, into P5, working their way through. We're going to pick up and follow along with Bell and Hamlet for a little bit here. Team Hangover working their way around the digital camo McLaren 720S as they come out of the cutting and up towards Griffin's Mount and Reed Park, charging up the hill. It's a blind apex here as the Porsche just rubs the wall and kicks up some spray. The rain continuing to fall here at Mount Panorama with 4 hours and 24 to go. 4 hours and 13 minutes left to go here at RaceKraft Simulations for the Bathurst 6-hour enduro. Trevor Leonard has just unlapped himself from race leader John Lee as they head up towards Quarry Bend. So this is your second and first place drivers on track right now, on time, in reversed orders, of course. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard. The team running second. They are just under a lap down from the race lead. Trevor is doing a stellar drop to drive himself back into this race here at Mount Panorama. Whereas John Lee in cruise control at the moment, lapping in the 209s. We're still running under slick tyre, I believe. We haven't pitted for tyres yet, but there's a lot of talk about whether we stay with slicks or whether we take a set of inters during this race. For the next stint at least, we still have 4 hours of racing left to go, but the rain does not look like it's going to let up. What could be a wild card is if it does stop, when is it going to stop and who's going to benefit from the pit stop timing? In the biggest possible way, as Johnny Lee tries to work his way around some traffic on Conrod Straight. He's working around one of the BMWs from Davo Sim Racing all the way down Conrod Straight and hanging on to that race lead. We've had a bit of a quiet hour here at RaceKraft Simulations as we settle in for the long haul. Things will spice up usually through the midway portion of the race in the next hour, hour and a half of racing. And then we'll settle in again until that final hour where everything gets pretty frenetic here at RaceKraft Simulations. The last hour, everyone starts to talk about fuel and tyre usage, damage and driver fatigue, who's making errors and who's getting caught up around Mount Panorama. Last lap across for Lee and Zani at 2:08.5. Mangano and Leonard are lapping in the 2:06s. V-Race 1 of Edwards and Oliver in the 2:07s. Duel and Fisher in the 2:06s. So Johnny Lee just clicking off into cruise control. Alex Zani is contemplating leaving Johnny in for a double stint at the moment. And we'll see whether that eventuates as they're coming up to pit stops in the next 10 laps or so on track. So I've given the call that Lee and Zani are going to be stopping in the next couple of laps here as we're starting to cut it pretty fine on fuel. Up in the burn of about 3.6, 3.7 per lap, I would imagine. With the full 101 litres tank load taken on at the pit stop. 4 hours and 10 minutes left to go. Lee and Zani lead the way here at Mount Panorama. From the moment the lights went out, this has been the case. And after 2 stints, heading into their third, things will start to get interesting as John Lee fires it across the top of Skyline, down through the S's and into the Dipper. Through the right-hander and into Forest Elbow, trying to tuck it in, trying to maintain pace at the moment. All Johnny needs to do is just keep his momentum and stay in the 208s bracket, and he will hold on to this lead. But the rain continues here at RaceKraft Simulations. Thank you for joining us. If you're watching live online via YouTube or by our Facebook shared link, hope you're enjoying the show. The YouTube comments coming in on the live stream. Big Titty Ranger saying Alec is just too good. So one of Alec's mates jumping in on the stream here. Why not? We'll get a bit of social interaction going. With just over 4 hours left to go here at RaceKraft Simulations for the 6 hours of Bathurst. 4 hours and 7 in this one. Jewel and Fisher mounting a charge to try and creep up to the third spot. They have a couple of cars between them and the V-Race 1 entry of Edwards and Oliver, who are about 2 or 3 seconds up the road, trying to find their way through the traffic as they head across towards Forest Elbow. And losing a couple of seconds on this lap alone. As someone's bonnet gone flying through the air on Conrod Straight, bouncing off the invisible boundaries down Conrod. That's great to get that on cam. Fantastic. As your race leader, John Lee and Alexani, they're into the pit lane, taking a stop and tyres. And they'll get that McLaren suited and booted, ready to rock and roll again here. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard are going to rock around the top of the mountain, just brushing the wall at Reed Park. And these guys will creep up on this gap. They might sneak an effective race lead before they take their next stop. Of course, we're into the second round of pit stops here in the 6 hours of Bathurst. Everyone's going to start sorting out their stints and taking the reins for that third stint here at Mount Panorama Circuit. V-Race 1 entry of Edwards and Oliver climbing Mountain Straight behind them. Jewel and Fisher still trying to work their way around that lap traffic and that Porsche behind them as they come out of Quarry Bend. John Lee back in the saddle up front here as he charges up Mountain Straight. Mangano and Leonard just coming through the chase at the moment, so they're still holding a 45-second advantage, and a pit stop is the keynote to keep track of there. This battle for third. Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver working their way across McPhillamy Park on the run towards Skyline. Jewel and Fisher are trying to close the gap. Anthony Julesy Jewel in the seat, trying to close that gap before we throw Liam Fisher behind the wheel. Trying to close up a 6-second gap, but Julesy is trying to work his way around some lap traffic again that's found and inserted themselves between the Jewel and Fisher entry and that of Edwards and Oliver. 2 McLarens separate them on Conrod Straight as they come down the hill. 4 hours and 4 minutes left to go here at Mount Panorama. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a major technical issue here at RaceKraft Simulation, which has resulted in a couple of disconnects. As part of the enduro rules, we will be manually resetting the race. Call it a competition caution, if you will. We're going to bunch the field up, put everyone on the lead lap, give everyone a fresh go at it, and we're going to restart with a 4-hour time clock in a rolling start formation. Please hang tight. For those of you watching the stream, we'll get everything going again, and we'll get the field out there in just a few minutes' time.
Yep.
Hello? Hello? I'm not here. Hang on. Hang on. Hello? Come on. Hello? Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay. Back out there.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, got ya.
Project.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, got that, mate.
10-4, Big Daddy. Clear.
Oh, fuck.
Si, senor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us via our live broadcast of the Bathurst 6 Hour, we had some disconnect issues here at RaceKraft Simulations and have had to resort the grid for a competition caution, if you will. Basically, we killed the room. We reset it to a 4-hour race. We started off with the light rain again, continuing with the race we had. And we will go again. We have sorted the result standings as of the disconnected times. And what we will be doing is giving manual instructions to get our field sorted so that they can grid up after the race releases them. So they're all sitting on the grid ready to go now, but they will take off slowly to get things going on. And I'll be instructing as race director via the Discord chat to get everyone going. And they'll be going in the order in which they were running at the 2-hour mark when they were disconnected. So just a reminder, everyone, this is a manually operated start, so do not go racing once you get released. Alec will take the pole, so let Alexani through to take the pole and sort the grid out following that. You have 1 lap to get it sorted. You will resume racing when you come around to take the start-finish line after this start has taken place.
All noise.
Beep, 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 beep. So the boys will get lined up and they'll take a moment to get the grid sorted here. It will be Lee and Zani leading the field around, and Lee has gotten through already. It'll be Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard into second. V-Race 1 of Edwards and Oliver into third.
Pick up the pace a little bit.
As we're working on just getting everyone up into orders. We've got 6 kilometres to do this, and I have faith that our teams can get it sorted. We've got our first 2 sorted already. Lee and Zani sorted into the lead.
If everybody hangs to the left, people can move forward.
Julian Fisher now moving up there. We're just waiting on getting V-Race 1 up there into third. We've got Julian Fisher into fourth. Grushin Judd into P5. The Aldermans in 6. Bell and Hamlet in 7. Galen Farrell in 8. Vince McDonald Merendino in 9. Diablo Manders in 10. Gray and Cullen in 11. Ungen Hoy in 12. We've got the Davo Sim Racing and Cochrane and Prussian still flipped over in order. They now get sorted, and we got it all sorted before we got to the top of the hill. Great work from our drivers. We'll get them all fielded up, and Alexani will be the pace setter coming down the hill to go for a race restart and resume the next 4 hours of racing here at Bathurst International. Good work, guys, on the formation. Everyone is in order. Please hold positions. Alexani will set the pace on the restart. I'll give instructions for a green flag restart, and we'll go racing for the next 4 hours.
Green.
I didn't hear it either, so...
Well, I did.
Nah, fuck it. Nah, we're on green flag. I said it on Discord. I don't know what you want. Ah, fuck's sakes. What do you want? What do you want to do? Alright, drivers, please slow it up. We had a technical glitch that gave us not giving me you the instructions for restart. So we'll get this fixed up and we'll get everyone reformed. Please, guys, reform.
Come back in front of me in the Porsche. Back in front or I'll get a penalty.
We may have a couple of laps here in formation just to get the necessary repairs made. So stay under safety car or a virtual safety car. Zani will hold the point and I'll give green flag instructions when we go again.
Who's meant to be in 5th?
5th will be Grushin and Judd.
Who's meant to be 5th?
Grushin and Judd. There was a mishap during that restart procedure, so we're letting everyone get back in formation. There was a damaged car. So once we get everyone in formation, we'll go racing. Grushin and Judd are getting repairs at the moment. We'll get them out and back onto the same lap and in formation, and we'll go racing. So just treat this as a safety car procedure, guys.
You need to make sure that whoever pits can't put more fuel in.
For your one lap of safety car.
It's too late now. I wouldn't worry.
Ah. All right, drivers, Grushin and Judd are working their way through to try and get back to position. So Grushin and Judd getting back through to the 5 spot. Okay, the field is set. Alexani has control of the field. When he gets to the pit straight, he will go and you will be back under green flag racing conditions. Do you copy?
Copy.
Copy.
There will be no call for green. So you will go when Alexani takes the race control and you'll resume under green flag conditions.
You can't overtake before the start-finish line.
Aye.
Back under green flag racing conditions after a little mishap on the first attempted restart. My apologies to the drivers and those watching at home with the mishap on that one. But Alexani will lead away after a yellow flag procedure to get the field back up and bunched up. And we get a total reset of the field. Damage has been repaired. Fuel is good. We are back on pit sequences and we go racing for the next 4 hours at Bathurst International around Mount Panorama. With the safety car delay, it's actually brought us to 3 hours and 48 minutes of racing here at Mount Panorama Circuit. And this resets the field on the gaps and the tyre sequences. So we have Alexani leading things out across the top of the mountain for the first flying lap in green flag conditions. Raymond Garner and Trevor Leonard into the second spot here. The V-Race 1 entry of Edwards and Oliver into third. Jewel and Fisher back there in 4. Now, this is a big gift for Jewel and Fisher because they were way off the lead lap and way out of sequence in this race, but they now find themselves in with a fight again. I actually kind of like this restart procedure. We do competition cautions in Automobilista. Jewel and Fisher up into the 4 spot here. Grushin and Judd into P5. Cade Bell and Tommy Hamlet into P6. We've gone past the Aldermans already down in 7. There's a little brush of the wall there for Liam Fisher getting back into the seat for the first time in this race. Battles going on further back in the field here. They're going racing down Conrod Straight here. This is the Aldermans. Cullen and all that. We've had a spin at the front. Zani has spun it at the end of the chase. And he's off into the grass. And we got one of the Porsches off as well. It's all happening here at Mount Panorama. You would have thought a competition caution would reset the field and give us a clean race. V-Race 1 leads away. Edwards and Oliver out front. Jewel and Fisher into second. Grushin and Judd into third. A dejected look on the face of Alexani as they're going to drop through the field. They're going to go down to P6 at the restart. I think the wet weather caught a few people out with a fresh car and a big tank full of fuel. Racing in a pack made things pretty hard. We've got a pit stop here from Ung and Hoy. Unfortunately, it looks like they took some damage and Brendan Ung's going to have to bring it into pit lane to get it repaired. So a cruel twist and turn in the race that is this 6-hour endurance of Bathurst. V-Race 1 of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver will take over the race lead after a spin from Alexani put him back in the field. A couple other guys getting caught up as well, but a gift here for Jewel and Fisher. They go to second in the order in the McLaren 720S, already dropping a few seconds off the back of Edwards and Oliver. Down Conrod Straight here. Bell and Hamlet will take over third. Big winners out of the restart after they were disconnected at the 2-hour mark. But they're locked into a battle with Grushin and Judd and Lee and Zani as well. Down Conrod Straight. 2 McLarens and a Porsche for good measure. On the run towards the chase. Zani's looking aggressive. He dives to the inside at the chase. Tries to thread the needle hard on the brakes. Can he pull it up? Zani's going to try and get it done. He manages to do it. Zani goes through for third in a great piece of aggressive driving in the rain here at Mount Panorama. Zani threads the needle back to third spot up the inside. Oh, Tommy Hamlet there in P4. Grushin and Judd in P5. And Gray and Cullen in the 6th spot here. Aaron Gray at the helm of the green McLaren a little bit further behind. The damage on Grushin and Judd's Porsche already looking pretty severe up the front end of that Porsche. We have 3 hours and 45 minutes to go in this one. The run to the halfway point. I might try and bust out another competition caution some point during this race. Spice things up, make it a little bit more interesting here. Fantastic pieces of racing in this restarted event after 2 hours of hard-fought racing at Mount Panorama. Flying around the top of the mountain. Aaron Gray is on a mission at the moment to try and move up some spots and put him and Brody Cullen in a better position of racing as he's gone and run himself wide at Forest Elbow. Gives away the spot to Grosjean and Judd, gets on the gas and almost loops it on the exit of the elbow. Trying to fly down Conrod Straight. The words are flying and it's getting antsy here at RaceKraft Simulations. We'll show you vision of what's going on inside the centre at the moment. As co-drivers and spectators watching on and soaking it up, doing duties of a bit of a crew chief work as well, as we're in the opening stages of these resumed stints in the restart of the 6 hours of Bathurst. Edwards and Oliver leading the way from Julian Fisher in second. Lianzani back to third now. Young Alec has been driving his way back up the field and he's starting to put some pressure on Julian Fisher. Zani v Fisher. This will be a good battle to keep an eye on at the moment in the fight for second as they charge up Mountain Straight in the matching McLaren 720Ss here. They're separated by a second and a little bit. And it is on. These guys would have to be very cautious not to cause themselves any harm and take each other out of the race, basically handing over any chance of catching the leaders at the moment, even in this early stage of the restart. Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver are two guys you don't want to let get out front and take over the race lead unopposed. So they work together and they close the gap. They might have a chance at this rate, but they do not want to lose touch of the race leaders. 4.8 seconds is the gap from Edwards and Oliver. Back to Julian Fisher with Lianzani right behind at the moment, coming down through Skyline. Bell and Hamlin, another 8 seconds further adrift in the fourth spot here. A few seconds further back to Grosjean and Judd in P5. From Mangano and Leonard. Sorry, Gray and Cullen in 6. Mangano and Leonard in the 7th spot. Galen Farrell in 8. The Aldermans in the 9. And Cochrane and Prussian in 10. A couple of big movers and shakers after the restart here, taking advantage of a reset race condition. Cochrane and Prussian moving up from 14th to 10th. Mangano and Leonard losing out from 2nd down to 7th at the restart as we're going side by side. Zani takes 2nd, puts Fisher down to the 3rd spot here with the McLaren. Sideways coming out of the left-hander. He gathers it up and keeps it in check. Zani is on the ragged edge of grip available from a slick tie McLaren GT3. And Gray has gone and had a big off at the bottom of the chase, and it looks like he's got caught up with Mangano and Leonard. So there was an altercation here with Gray and I believe either Mangano or Leonard at the helm of that field, but they've given away the position. They redressed the incident at the bottom of the chase. Unfortunately, they has cost them both some time here in position. So Grosjean and Judd will take over the 5 spot. The Aldermans will go to P6, Gray and Cullen in 7. Galen Farrell in 8 from Mangano and Leonard in 9. Cochrane and Prussian rounding out your top 10. It's Edwards and Oliver leading the way. 3.8 seconds the gap to Alexani at the moment, who's on an absolute mission to drive it back to the pointy end after an off at the end of the chase. 3 hours and 38 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama. The battle's going on here as Mangano and Leather trying to recover after a little incident with Aaron Gray. They've got back to the pointy end of that little battle pack in front of Gale and Farrell and the Alderman brothers. Aaron Gray a little bit further up there in P6 has recovered nicely after some choice words across the room here at RaceKraft Simulations. But hey, it's racing, it happens. Grushin and Judd up to the 5 spot now. In the number 3 Red Spark Porsche 911 GT3. Bell and Hamlet holding on to the 4th spot at the moment. They've given away a huge amount of time to this battle for the lead, which is a great battle at the moment, because this is the fight for the race lead. Down Conrod Straight, Alexani is on an absolute mission. He is driving like a man possessed, driving 2 seconds a lap faster than Edwards and Oliver right now. Zani is on a fly. Oh no! Edwards and Oliver with a spin in exactly the same fashion as Zani had 9 laps ago. They just completely handed it over, unchallenged, to Alexani. They will resume racing in 3rd, and that will put them back into the 3rd spot. Zani will take the race lead. Jewel and Fisher into the 2nd spot here. Edwards and Oliver into P4. P3. Bell and Hamlet further back there in P4 now. Still 8 seconds off the back of this one. Grushin and Judd into P5. And Gray and Cullen back to the 6th spot. Mangano and Leonard in P7. Alderman's in 8. Gale and Farrell in 9. Now Gray's going to go for a move up the inside of Judd. And Shawnee Judd just giving up the spot, saying, off you go, mate. Go take on the world. And Aaron Gray will take over P5 for himself and Brody Cullen. 3 hours and 35 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama. A spin. A big one for Zani. Let's find out what happened. Oh, and he is stuck at the cutting. And a shocker. And he has damage. Zani might just well have some incredibly detrimental damage here. A spin at the cutting and into the wall. That puts Liam Fisher into the race lead. Unbelievable at the restart of this one with 3.5 hours to go. After being like 10th and a lap down in the early stages of the race, your pole sitters from this morning's qualifying session, Liam Fisher and Anthony Jewell, capitalise on the circumstances and will grab the race lead from Edwards and Oliver into 2nd. Kate Bell and Tommy Hamlet into the 3rd spot. There's a Porsche stuck on Conrod Straight there. Lee and Zani will go back to P4 here. Gray and Cullen in P5. The difficult conditions here at Mount Panorama starting to catch a few people out in this restarted race procedure. Grushin and Judd into the 6th spot from Mangano and Leonard in 7. Alderman, Farrell and Gale, Cochran and Prussian rounding out your top 10. But it's Liam Fisher going to lead this one out with 3.5 hours left to go here at Mount Panorama. 3 hours and 25 minutes still to run here at Mount Panorama. Liam Fisher driving his way through, and the conditions seem to be starting to dry out here at Mount Panorama. We're down into the 204s. Alexani's down into the 202s at this rate. So the track definitely coming back to a drivable point and starting to really wrestle the lap time out of it. As we approach the halfway marker in this one, Zani trying to drive it back into the fight. He has 14 seconds to make up to get onto the back of Edwards and Oliver in second. And a lot of work for Zani to do, but sideways across Reed Park. That's how Alexani wants to get it done here. On an absolute mission to drive his way back into this one. Sideways through McPhillamy Park on the absolute edge of traction in the drizzle, doing a 2:02.5 last time across. Lapping a couple of seconds quicker. Zani giving it absolutely everything. It feels like he's the man to be in the seat right now, and he's going to drive this car up inside the top three further. Try and put the pressure on for second with Edwards and with Jewell and Fisher out front at the moment. Liam is at the helm, lapping at a 2:04.8 last time across. Edwards and Oliver lapping at a 2:04.6 last time around. There's one of the Porsches just getting caught up. Catching one of the Porsches that were caught up there, and unfortunately they got a helping hand to get off the road. And that was a stricken Porsche here of Vince Merendino and McDonald getting caught up there at the bottom of the chase. Alec just gave them a good old helping hand to jump out of the way and off the track. So the resulting lap time then was a 2:05.9 that time for Alexani, and he's given away some time and gone back behind the lapped McLaren. He's going to have to get around again, heading up Mountain Straight as they head up into Quarry Bend. The battle for the race lead, though, Fisher has had some problems, and they're going to go side by side through Reed Park, almost touching up a wheel. Fisher and V-Race going at it here across the top of the mountain. The battle is on for the race lead through McPhillamy Park. Fantastic side-by-side racing action as they head up through Reed and Solomon on the run to McPhillamy. Now down through the Dipper and the S's. And we are doing it like it's a sprint race here at Mount Panorama. We ain't even halfway done yet here in RaceKraft Simulations. And the race is on out front. 0.4 of a second is all that separates these guys. Edwards and Oliver were a 2:03.8 last time across. A 2:04.4 for Jewell and Fisher at the last click of the lap. Zani wants to buy his way into this fight as Edwards and Oliver go up the inside, down Conrod Straight, and pick him off into the chase. And the V-Race entry leads the way once again here at Mount Panorama. Getting out front, and now going to try and open up a gap over Liam Fisher back there in second as they come down towards Murray's Corner. Meanwhile, Zani still working his way down into Murray's Corner, trying to close the gap to these guys and put on the fight. He's some 11 seconds off the back of this fight, but Edwards and Oliver on a mission as the lap times really dropped off. They went back into the 2:07s and 2:09s here. So the conditions could be worsening briefly here at Mount Panorama. Either that or both of them had a shocker of a lap and got caught up somewhere around the 6.3 kilometres of Bathurst. Edwards on a mission on the run towards the cutting. Already opening up a healthy margin over Fisher. 2.8 seconds in the space of 3 or 4 corners here at Mount Panorama. Battle is going on further behind as well for 4th and 5th. We'll check in on this battle here. Aaron Gray and Tommy Hamlet having a great fight for it here as well as Trevor Leonard in the Porsche getting involved on that fight. They all duking it out for 4, 5 and 6 on the road. It's a sprint race battle. Approaching the halfway point here at Mount Panorama for our Bathurst 6-hour enduro. Gray hard on the brakes through Skyline, trying to check it up before the S's. Doing a good job of holding on to the 4th spot at the moment. Keeping an eye on the time clock on the left-hand side of the screen as well, with Alexani trying to drive down an 11-second deficit to the race leaders. Edwards and Fisher out front, separated by 5 seconds now. Hemorrhaging time out there at the mountain. Down Conrod Straight. This is a great battle for 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. Gray, Hamlet and Leonard fighting it out here. 2 McLarens and a Porsche through the bottom of the chase. Gray's a little bit slower through there. Doesn't want to end up with an off like he had earlier on racing with traffic. Lapping in the 206s. We'll see what this lap will be. Fisher gave away a huge amount of time last lap to a 208.2. Edwards and Oliver on a 203, and it looks like Fisher is nursing a damaged car. So this is not going to help their cause during this stint. They're going to have to wait till the next pit stop to try and get any repairs done. But if it's hemorrhaging 5 seconds a lap, they are going to fall back through the field in a great big hurry. And by the end of this stint, we'll be looking at sitting maybe outside the top 5. Following Aaron Gray sideways, coming out of Reed Park on the way through Salmon, just getting it all crossed up. He's going to try and do it again through McPhillamy Park as we got a driver change coming out here. Sasha Grudens swapping in for Sean Judd, who's stepping out of the car. They're in the pit lane, taking an early stop. The Alderman's in the pits as well, taking a stop for those guys. Checking in on this one though, Jewell and Fisher taking some damage at the moment, nursing a injured McLaren. It doesn't look too bad, but the lap times tell the story. 208.2 last time across. Meanwhile, Edwards and Oliver to a 204.2 last time around. 4 seconds a lap out front. 3 hours and 17 minutes to go. It's going to be a matter of time before Alexani catches up to the back of Liam Fisher here for second. You can see both of the red McLarens in frame as they head up Mountain Straight. Less than 3 seconds separating them. On track here at Mount Panorama, we go back to Gray and Cullen, Bell and Hamlet, Mangano and Leonard, your top 6. From the Aldermans, Grushin and Judd in 8, Cochrane and Prussian in 9, Ng and Hoy in 10. Followed by Galen Farrell in 11. The Davo Sim Racing Centre guys of Davidson, Singleton and Rickards in the 12 spot. Diablo Amanda's in 13. And the TNN Vince, Zach McDonald and Cameron Meridino in the 14 spot here at Mount Panorama. We are approaching the halfway point of the Bathurst 6 hour from RaceKraft Simulations. We're going to keep an eye on this battle for the next couple of laps. See if Zani can close the gap to the back of Liam Fisher in this stint before they start to think about taking fuel and a potential driver change. Around the 25 lap marker, we'll check back in a few more minutes. 3 hours and 9 minutes left to run here at Mount Panorama for the 6 hours of Bathurst. The race has been on in the fight for second. As now pit stops coming to us. Fisher in to get repairs done after taking damage about 10 laps ago. He's been nursing it for some time, circulating a few seconds a lap off the pace. Zani went through for second, and they find themselves in third at the turn of this pit stop. So they will take fuel and repairs and try and get back out and back into this race. They'll be down the order for a little bit, but see that they get reset in the order and back in sequence with the rest of the field as everyone starts to come through for their pit stops coming up soon. It's approximately 25 laps on fuel. 25 laps would be the safe measure as Fisher takes his fuel but doesn't get rejoined just yet. He's still in the pit lane. He will drop further down the order. Alexani holding on to second place at the moment. 6 seconds adrift of your race leaders. Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver out front. Edwards and Oliver joining from V-Race down on Scarborough Beach Road in Aussie Park. Of course, we're here at RaceKraft Simulations. Grogan Road out by Perth International Airport. Tucked away at the Driver Risk Management Centre. Fantastic facility that we get to run from here. And we bring you 11 simulators in-house today. All racing on the one network in this Bathurst 6 hour. The V-Race boys phoning in from Aussie Park, and we have Davo Sim Racing phoning in from Geraldton. They are the two DSR entries here, Davidson, Singleton and Richards, currently holding down 12th in the order. Todd and Nathan Vince with Zach McDonald and Cameron Merendino joining in the DSR2 entry. Now we have Zani in for fuel. So the pit stop sequence well and truly upon us here with 3 hours and 7 to go. Zani in for fuel here in the pit lane at Mount Panorama. We'll see where he comes out in relative position to Julian Fisher, who seem to have rejoined in 5th at the moment, as Cameron Edwards charges up Mountain Straight towards Quarry Bend. Still yet to take this fuel stop after the restart, with a random old spare wing just caught up on the outside of Quarry Bend there. It's 3 minutes and 6. It was a 2:04.6 last time across for Edwards and Oliver. Number 27, Sharka McLaren 720S. Bell and Hamlet also in for fuel as well. They've come into the pit lane just then and parked up the digital camo McLaren. And they are swapping drivers as well. Tommy Hamlet, the Pom, is out of the seat. Going to put Cade Bell into the hot seat and have a crack at it here. As Zani's going to go double stinting. He gets released from pit lane and back out on track, and he's going to drop into the 3rd spot. He should stay. Will come out still ahead of Julian Fisher, who will probably end up claiming P4 again, but will have some time to make up, having to pick up the pace and close the gap after nursing the car around with some damage. A little spin at the cutting was all it took, and they were hurting, hemorrhaging time by 3 to 4 seconds a lap. As the weather is cleared up at Mount Panorama, it is nice and dry. The lap times should stabilise, and we don't know what the future holds, however. There's only one man in the house who knows what weather is coming when. As Zani gets it crossed up, coming out of Reed Park, trying to maximise the speed from this 720S and close the gap to your leaders. It's Mangano and Leonard into the 2nd spot. They're 24 seconds off the race lead. They are yet to pit. Now the V-Race 1 entry is in the pit lane. Edwards and Oliver, your race leaders, taking their pit stop here at 3 hours and 5. They went a lap extra, 2 laps extra than Zani. Or a lap extra than Zani, 2 laps extra than Julian Fisher. So they catch up in pit lane. Mangano and Leonard will take over the race lead now, heading up Mountain Straight. The Porsche leads the way here at Mount Panorama, with Trevor Leonard at the wheel. Ray Mangano helping out in the background at the moment before they switch drivers out in the next stint, I would assume. Levitt's done a double stint. Did about 45 minutes prior to our forced restart and has done this last hour of racing almost. Getting back into it. They lead the way through the cutting. Lianzani will go through for second. Now Edwards will go down to the third spot as they rejoin the race. So Alexani has driven their way back up to second and being your effective race leader before Trevor Leonard will come in and pit. Julian Fisher will go to P4. There's still some time off this fight here. Plenty of time to try and make up to close the gap to the back. They're just coming into Hell's Corner in just a moment, so a good 20 plus seconds to make up to the back of the V-Race entry of Edwards and Oliver. Back to Gray and Cullen having a bit of a quiet one at the moment after a wild opening 25 minutes in this stint for Aaron Gray. Getting caught up with a couple of drivers on track. It's Bell and Hamlin a little bit further up the road. They are P5 at the moment with 3 hours and 3 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama. Well, we are inside the second half of the 6 hour at Bathurst today from RaceKraft Simulations. Mangano and Leonard are having an absolutely stellar run at the moment, grabbing this race lead through the pit stop cycles, now pulling it into pit lane. They've had their few minutes of leading the way here at Bathurst and sliding the car into pit lane as fast as they can to try and close up that gap. They're going to do a driver change. Trevor Leonard is out of the seat. Ray Mangano getting into the seat to have a go. We'll see whether they can hang on to this race lead here as Alexani has been putting in some work to try and close the gap. He comes out of the chase and on the run towards Murray's. Quick check on Mangano. They are still in the pit lane. So Zani is going to try and sail on by here, but the in-laps here from Trevor Leonard have been really impactful on this one. They've brought this gap down, and the effective gap when they come out from the pit lane should be a lot less than what it was prior to this pit stop sequence. And Alexani will take back over as your race leader. Edwards and Oliver into second now in the V-Race 1 entry. 11.6 seconds adrift there. The McLaren 720S for Schaka and Hosenveld. Jewel and Fisher back there in P4, 33 seconds off the race lead, coming down towards Murray's. They've got a bit of traffic as well with the Aldermans and I believe the Ungenhoy McLaren. So we'll give you a half race update in full order. Alexani leads the way at the moment, out by about 13 seconds over Edwards and Oliver in second. Jewel and Fisher into the third spot here. They are 25 seconds further adrift back there in third. Gray and Cullen up to P4. They are right behind and putting pressure on though as they come down Conrod Straight. Mangano and Leonard, after taking a later pit stop than everyone else in this sequence at the moment, are sitting P5. 9 seconds further adrift of this battle here for third. Bell and Hamlet back there in P6 are another 5 seconds further back. Then Cochrane and Prussian, they're a full lap down on this battle as going on. Gray having a look in the background there on the inside. Couldn't quite get it done. We'll go back to the Aldermans in P8. Galen Farrell in P9. Grushin and Judd in 11. Ungen Hoy in 11 here. Grushin and Judd in 10, sorry. Dale and Diablo Manders in the 12 spot. And the DSR boys of Davidson, Singleton and Rickards in 13. Vince, McDonald and Merendino rounding out your 14-car field. We are 2 hours and 53 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 6 hour from RaceKraft Simulations. The Aldermans being a lapped car. No, not the Aldermans. I stand corrected. Find who it is there. Ungen Hoy at the moment. About to go a lap down from these guys fighting it out for third and fourth. Just turning in a little bit and catching the side of Liam Fisher, but they get through. So Fisher and Gray sneaking on through here on a lap, and they're going to continue that battle in the fight for third. We'll keep an eye on this one for the next couple of laps here as it's about to get exciting. They're going side by side on the way up towards Griffins. Gray is trying to do it around the outside. Aaron Gray doing it around the outside and sideways across the top at Reed Park. Brody Cullen's having a freaking heart attack here at RaceKraft. Great piece of driving there from Aaron Gray. Absolutely stitched it together. Don't know how he held onto it. Around the outside of Liam Fisher to go to third. 2 hours and 52 left to run. It's all happening here at Mount Panorama, but it's Alexani trying to do it in style out front. 12 seconds the gap he has over Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver back there in second. 2 hours and 47 minutes left in this one. Zani continuing to lead the way. In a stark contrast, the teammates, Alex Zani and John Lee. Currently Zani doing all the hard work, edging out a 15-second advantage to Edwards and Oliver back there in second. 14, I should say. 14 and a half now. Meanwhile, John Lee cooking burgers in-house here at RaceKraft Simulations, keeping everyone nice and fed. In fact, even John's bringing me one. These are some of the best burgers you'll ever taste in your life, and they're only available on a RaceKraft race day. Burgers only available on a RaceKraft race day. Here at the Driver Risk Management Centre, Grogan Road, out near the Perth International Airport. Zani leads the way by 13 seconds. Had himself a little bit of a bobble a moment ago over Edwards and Oliver down Conrod Straight. We are approaching the last 2.5 hours of this race. Edwards and Oliver trying to make inroads on this gap and bring the gap down. It's 13.5 seconds with a stricken Porsche stuck between them at the moment. Jewel and Fisher have gone down to the 4 spot here as young Aaron Gray holds on to the 3rd spot. Brody Cullen grabbing himself a feed before he's due to jump back in the seat sometime soon and take over the helm from Gray. Voicing his frustration via our in-game chat, just trying to help himself and help his own cause. As it is in the heat of the moment, things get a bit wild in simulator racing as we approach the final 2.5 hours of racing. Very soon here at RaceKraft Simulations, it's Zani and Lee leading the way, 13.5 seconds from Edwards and Oliver in second. Then Gray and Cullen into the 3rd spot. They're some 30 seconds further back down the road. Another 15, 16 seconds further back is Jewel and Fisher into the 4th spot here. Mangano and Leonard having a good run. They're another 20 seconds further back in P5. Then Bell and Hamlet a full lap down from that position in P6. The Aldermans in P7. Grushin and Judd in the 8th spot. Cochrane and Prussian in 9 from Ungenhoy rounding out your top 10. Diablo and Manders in 11. Gale and Farrell in P12. And the DSR boys, Davidson, Singleton and Rickards in P13. Vince, McDonald and Merendino rounding out your 14 car field. 2 hours and 43 and 30 seconds left to go from Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 6 hour RaceKraft Simulations. 2.5 hours to go, and we just catch a spin from Ray Mangano coming out of Murray's Corner. Had a big moment, got it rejoined and back on track. He didn't lose any positions on track, but he did lose a bunch of time. Not a whole bunch off, going a lap down from your race leaders. Alexani bringing it up onto Mountain Straight, and you can see Mangano just a little bit out of frame at the moment as Alexani charges his way. He's trying to build a buffer to have a safety net for John Lee. He's trying to build up this gap so then they can put John Lee in the car to run a double stint, and Zani will bring it home. That's the strategy here for your race leaders at the moment. Cameron Edwards 24.5 seconds further back in second. Aaron Gray having a great run at the moment in the third spot before Brody Cullen's due to jump in very soon here. Now the pit stops were anywhere between lap 24 and lap 30 after we took the great restart with a 4-hour stint. We had 2.5 hours to go. We're at lap 40. So we're due to see pit stops start to come into play in the next 20 minutes or so. We really won't see anything great happen until about the 2 hours 10 marker. We will start to see pit stops come to play. The weather is fine. The rain has gone away. The lap times are coming down. And it's all about maintaining momentum at this stage. Not doing the same as what Edwards and Oliver have just had at 209.8, which left them 27 seconds off the race lead. Just handed another 7 seconds or so to Alexani to build this buffer for Johnny to jump into. But expect pit stops to come at you in the next 20 minutes or so from Mount Panorama Circuit for the Bathurst 6 hour at RaceKraft Simulations. It's Zani leading the way, 26.5 seconds back to this car. Edwards and Oliver into the second spot. Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen into the third spot in the McLaren 720S. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard back there in P4. After having a spin a moment ago, they're almost a lap off the race lead. Behind them, Anthony Jewell trying to close the gap. And that's behind them for position. They've got company of the orange McLaren, but that is not for position. Bell and Hamlet is the next car further back in P6, and they're another minute 20 further behind Jewell and Fisher for P5. Grushin and Judd in P7. The Aldermans in P8. Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy in the 9 spot here, with a bit of a beaten and battered Sultan McLaren 720S as they come down through the S's and the Dipper. And Gale and Farrell in P10, just coming into the pit lane, so they're coming in a little bit early for what would be considered a regularly scheduled pit stop, but it could be a repair stop to fix some damage here for Gale and Farrell. Cochrane and Prussian there in the 12 spot, coming flying down, or flying up Mountain Straight. They are running behind Jewell and Fisher at the moment as they come out of Quarry Bend here and up towards the cutting. Further behind, it's the DSR boys, Davidson Singleton and Rickards rounding out P13. Todd and Nathan Vince with Zach McDonald and Cameron Merendino rounding out your 14-car field. That's a full race update at this stage. We are 2.5 hours to go here at RaceKraft Simulations for the Bathurst 6 hour, and the battle's starting to open up around the circuit as they do into these middle phases of the race. 27 seconds is the lead gap between Zani and this man. We'll leave you with Alexani for a moment as he works his way through a little bit of lap traffic coming down Conrod Straight. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama Circuit. We're following Alexani, trying to put a lap on Cade Bell as they come through the S's and the Dipper. The fast run dash through the trees down towards Forest Elbow. And Zani is working on still trying to build that buffer over the top of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver before the next pit stop. We're a few laps away from clicking off a pit stop sometime soon, so we'll be looking forward to this one to see what it brings. And whether Alec has built himself enough of a buffer to hand over to Johnny Lee and trust that Johnny can run a double stint. That's an hour and a half pretty much of straight up driving, almost 2 hours. Johnny might actually drive it home from here. We're looking at potentially finishing with the car, or at the very least it'll be a short stint from Alec to drive it home inside the last half hour, 45 minutes. But Alec trying to work on a way to find his way past Cade Bell at the moment as they come down towards Hell's Corner. And charging up the mountain straight. This is for a lap. Alec's going to pull to the left-hand side and drag it all the way up the hill. But Cade giving him adequate racing room to do so. They'll make the run towards Quarry. Oh, into each other as they go into Quarry Bend. Zani and Bell getting touched up into each other at Quarry's Bend, and that caught up Cade. Who's going to get going again in the McLaren. It looked like the damage wasn't too bad, but now we'll have to keep a close eye on Alexani, whether he's had any damage to the car that's going to hamper his run to trying to build this buffer over Cameron Edwards as they head up into McPhillamy Park. Hours and 17 to go. We're getting closer to the next round of pit stops coming at us here. The stops were coming in between laps 24 and 29 during the first round, so that puts us between 49 and 55, I would estimate, on the lap stops. As we follow Zani working his way out of the chase. Cameron Edwards 21 seconds further back. Aaron Gray still holding it down, doing a great job here as he heads down through Skyline and into the S's. Gray keeping great control of the car, lapping in the 204s at the moment. On par with Edwards. Zani got caught up a lap ago there with Cade Bell, so a 207.9 not indicative here for Alex Zani. But if he's nursing a damaged car, this 21 second gap he has over Edwards and Oliver is going to erode away very quickly. But it looks like Alec is getting ready for a pit stop sometime soon. He's looking around, trying to get Johnny Lee primed and prepped to change out and jump behind the wheel with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. Aaron Gray back there, 49 seconds off the race lead, having a great run of his own at the moment. We'll go back to Julian Fisher. They're a lap down from the race lead, running around with Cade Bell at the moment as they make their way through the cutting. 204.5 last time across for Anthony Jewell as they head up through Griffins and Reed Park, sailing across the top. The car gets light, sends you out to the right hand side. The turn-in point's blind and you've got to tuck into it and just hang on for dear life through Solomon Park, carried all the way out on the run towards McPhillamy with a relatively blind entry point before you can settle for a second, look towards the horizon and watch the planet fall away from your feet. At the top of Skyline, on the brakes and trying to steady up the car down through the S's. Julesy finds his way through the inside of Cade Bell. He's unseated the front bumper of the McLaren though, and that was a bit of a wild one on the way down into the S's. Keeping an eye on in-game chat as well always makes things nice and fun. With an open Discord channel for all the drivers to have a chat while they race. Go check in with Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver. Having a tidy little drive all by themselves at the moment. 20.4 seconds. We are 2 hours and 14 minutes left to go here from Matt Panorama here at RaceKraft Simulations for the Bathurst 6 Hour. A spin for Edwards. Just catching that one. There was a spin for Edwards right on the entry to Forest Elbow. And he got the quick reset button. We're going to turn that thing off in game. We're going to make things harder for these guys. Quick reset got him back on the racing line. He was lucky not to hit the wall. And Edwards has managed to rejoin. He only gave away a little bit of time. We'll get the official lap count when he comes across the line in just a moment. On the run down toward Murray's corner. 27.5 seconds off the back of Alexani leading the way. He still gave away a good 6 or 7 seconds in the process of the spin. Takes all that time to get up to speed and build the momentum, especially spinning right at the top of Conrod Straight. We are 50 laps in to the resumption of racing. Coming up to some driver changes starting to happen here at RaceKraft Simulations. Following along with Alexani, your race leader at the moment. He's getting ready to hand the keys over to Johnny Lee to jump into RK10. Back into the motion rig, and Johnny's not made the most of his time out of the seat. He's been keeping busy cooking burgers and making hot dogs and keeping everyone fed here at RaceKraft Simulations. Doing a great job of it. That's why we come racing. Everyone thinks we come racing for the simulator racing experience. Nah, we come for Johnny Burgers. And for those of our friends who are not joining us at RaceKraft Simulations today for the 6 hour, for those at V-Race and joining in from Davos Sim Racing up in Geraldton. Sorry guys, you missed out on Johnny Burgers. Following Zani down Conrod Straight. And flying through. He leads 30 seconds over Cameron Edwards further back there, just about to start his transition down Conrod Straight. Aaron Gray back there in third, just coming across Skyline and down into the S's now. As Julesy working away at trying to bring this gap down. He is a lap off the race lead though. Mangado and Leonard making their way out of McPhillamy Park towards Skyline. Grushin and Judd making their way into held corner. They're right behind Jewel and Fisher at the moment. Kate Bell and Tommy Hamlet working their way through. It's Cade at the wheel right now, having a crack at it as they come out of held corner up Mountain Straight. Back to the Aldermans making their way out of Solman on the run towards McPhillamy Park in the Sultan 72. Jordan Diable and Caden Manders chipping away out of here back in P9. 7 minutes off the race lead over the course of the last 2 hours since we had the disconnect and a reset of the race. Galen Farrell in the Porsche back there in P10. Brendan Ng and Chase Hoy having a run at it in a second of the Sultan 72 cars from Josh Cochran and Riley Prussian. They're going 11.5 minutes off the race lead now. V-Race 1, Cameron Edwards is in the pit. And that will drop them down to third. They might come out somewhere nearby with Jewell and Fisher in the battle for third and fourth, as they expect Fisher to come around, or Jewell to come around the corner any moment now out on Murray's corner. He's only actually just hitting Forest Elbow and the Conrod Straight, so he's got a lot of work to do to make up that time. But Edwards and Oliver exiting the pit lane now, and on their run back out on track will hold on to that third spot, it seems, as Jewell working his way around. We're going to try and keep an eye on these pit stops now. Jewell running it down through the chase, as the next round of pit stops are upon us, and we'll start to see some people doing driver changes and switching out and hot swapping as Jewell brings it down, and he will continue onwards. He's not going to stop just yet. Here's Zani bringing it down the straight. He's going to keep going, but it won't be far away before we start thinking about getting Alex Zani into pit lane and getting him switching out with John Lee here. Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen coming down Conrod Straight right now. Aaron's still at the wheel, but Brody is prepping to jump into the seat any moment now, as these pit stops and driver changes coming at you. Sasha Grushin and Sean Judd going through their driver change. Sasha's out of the car. Sean's in and strapped in and ready to rock and roll as they take fuel and get the car prepped through pit lane. But it's Alexani working his way out of Reed Park, on the way through Frog Hollow and Solomon Park before the run to McPhillamy Park here. Cresting the hill, turning in, almost blind on the left-hand side if we come around and settle it down for the run through Skyline. Dragging the brake all the way down the hill through the fast-flowing and undulating right-left-right combination at the S's and the Dipper. It settles down and gets a little easier before the run to Forest Elbow. The corner speed here can really be maximised, and you really got to get every last ounce of speed on the exit of Forest Elbow to keep the speed up down Conrod Straight and get down the hill a little bit quicker. Now Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen going for their pit stop. So Gray is out of the seat. Cullen switching out. He's going to jump into the hot seat and get behind the wheel here, driving this thing to second at the point of the pit stop. They're going to drop behind the V-Race entry of Edwards and Oliver when they come back on through here at the end of this pit stop. You can see V-Race going down the main straight now, so they'll pick up second once again here. So go back to Zani into pit lane. So your race leaders, Alex Zani and John Lee, now going through their pit stop and driver change. Alex going to jump out of the seat, pull the seat back, and it really is like a full-scale driver change without the unbuckling of belts and ripping of cords and wires and plugs out. Change out the drink tube and get Johnny tucked in there. Johnny just taking a moment to disinfect the sweat out of the cockpit from Alex Zani. Alex, the kind of guy who drives at 100% force feedback and likes it. He's one of those weird people that loves it and will give it a red hot go. Watching the gap tick down though, 25 seconds. The gap continues to count down here as the V-Race entry on their way through McPhillamy Park, trying to close this gap down while your race leaders spend their time in the pit stop for the driver change. We go back to Zani and Lee, still in the pit lane. Johnny Lee just sitting into the seat now after taking a moment to disinfect, wipe everything down, and be ready to go in a pristine and clean pit as he jumps back in perfect time as he just comes out of pit lane. The V-Race entry at the top of Conrod Straight. This will be the even gap as they come out. John Lee is on track, ladies and gentlemen, onto the mountain straight and charging up the hill. What can Johnny do? with a 20-something second that Alec has spent 2 hours to build for him into this final 2 hours of the Bathurst 6-hour enduro here at RaceKraft Simulations. Coming out to that 2-hour marker. Now, by this reckoning, we'll be stopping again in about an hour, and then it's a dash. So it's either time to conserve in that final stint, or go hard now and have another 2 stops before the race finish. This is where we start to look at fuel calculations. So just having a look at the strategy into this final 2 hours here. It's going to be an interesting one inside that final half an hour. Who has fuel to run to the end, and who's going to have to conserve, or who's going to go for a splash and dash to bring it home and just try and keep the lap speed up towards the end and run quali laps to finish off a 6-hour enduro. It's John Lee leading the way here. He's got 47 seconds over Edwards and Oliver in second. Graham Cullen back there fighting it out with Jewell and Fisher for third. This is a good battle at the moment here. Brodie Cullen having a fight of his own with Anthony Jewell battling it out here for the third spot. They are coming back into the fight with 1 minute the margin. They are off the top end. I'd love to know if Jewell and Fisher have pitted yet though. So seemingly they have pitted, but they're on a bit of a different run at the moment, on a bit of a different schedule, and that front bumper is still hanging around, flapping in the breeze here for Anthony Jewell, down through the S's and into the dipper. We follow Anthony Jewell down Conrod Straight in third at the moment, holding a couple of seconds over Brodie Cullen back there in the fourth spot. We are 2 hours to go here at Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 6-hour from RaceKraft Simulations. 2 hours left on the clock. 2/3 race distance. We've had a stoppage, we've had a couple of disconnects, we had a full course yellow and a single file restart at the 2-hour marker of the race. And 2 hours later, We're into the swing of it with pit stops just going through, 55 laps completed. And we are knocking it out of the park here as Anthony Jewell tries to maintain the cadence and see if he can close the gap to the back of Edwards and Oliver. I'm not sure what their fuel strategy is though, where they are in the pit sequence. So the inside line here, thanks to Liam Fisher for filling us in on the progress. Due to the damage that Liam took earlier on in this stint, they had to take an emergency stop to cover the damage. They were limping too hard, carrying the damage on the car. They took fuel during that stop, and that puts them about 10 laps out of sequence. 8 to 10 laps out of sequence from the rest of the field, which is about 20 minutes. Which is where we estimate that there's a shortfall of about 15-20 minutes for most of these guys running on this hourly pit schedule, that they're going to come up short anywhere between 10, 15 and 20 minutes from home if they run at this pace. That means, although they're not in the same pit sequence right now, Jewell and Fisher will be able to pit. They'll come back out in about 5th, maybe 6th on the road. In fact, it'll actually be 5th on the road. But they will have a fast run all the way to the end. They should not need to take any splash and dash or spend any time conserving in that last half an hour of the race here at Mount Panorama. So this will be an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on this team and see what they can do after taking the pole spot into this morning's qualifying. But absolutely getting beaten from pillar to post in the opening stages of the race before the restart. And they've made the track their own and having a go at it here. Looks like Grosjean and Judd are in the pit lane. Some damage repair potentially going on here for Sean Judd, having to get fixed up back in the lane after he only just took back over from Sasha. And Grosjean taking a step out of the seat, puts Sean in. They are losing time on track at the moment. It's Alexani and John Lee leading the way with Johnny at the wheel. He's holding on to a 51-second advantage over Edwards and Oliver, coming from the V-Race Centre in Osborne Park. They hold 5 seconds over Anthony Jewell at the moment. Manhandling this McLaren around the circuit here. V-Race guys are down to 2:08s last time across. Jewellsy trying to take 4 seconds a lap out of these guys in the challenge to try and close the gap for second before they have to come in and take this next pit stop. Aaron Gray will happily pick up the 3rd spot as a result of that pit stop. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard currently sitting back there. Another minute further down the road will try to sneak in and pinch P4, but it looks like they might stay in P5. It's about a minute the pit stop adds to your time across the in and out lap, so I'm sure it'll be a pretty tight one. We'll have a good battle there for P4 and P5 in the out laps after Jewell and Fisher are due to take their stop with 1 hour and 55 left to go here at Mount Panorama. It's Bell and Hamlet in P6, the Aldermans in 7, Sasha and Sean, Grosjean and Judd in the 8th spot here, Javel and Manders in 9. Galen Farrell rounding out your top 10 from Ingen Hoy. Cochran and Prussian in the 12th spot, and the two Davo Sim Racing boys, it's Davidson, Singleton and Rickards in 13 with Todd and Nathan Vince, Zach McDonald and Cameron Meridino in the 14th spot. All sideways there for Fisher, trying to gather it up on the way into the cutting, trying to steady the McLaren as he's coming up onto the back of a bit of lap traffic here. This will halt his charge, trying to close the gap to Cameron Edwards, who he can see You can only see him a couple of seconds further up the road. There's Edwards and Oliver just flashing in and out of frame at the top. The grey and orange McLaren diving down the hill into Skyline to the S's and the Dipper. Then the run through the shallow left-right on the run towards Forest Elbow. Jewel trying to go right around the outside to pick up lap traffic, gets it done. And onto Conrod Straight, he's going to try and tuck into the toe. But the V-Race entry is punching a big old hole in the air. See if he can tuck into this one. It's less than a second now between Edwards and Oliver. Anthony Jewell trying to chase him down into the chase at Mount Panorama. Well, the challenge is on as Julesy challenges the V-Race entry for second. Fires one up the inside at the top of Quarry Bend. Right at the pointy end of the mountain straight and gets it done. Now, the V-Race entry ran a little wide there and I think might have caught the wall on the exit of Quarry. We'll catch it again on my second screen that I can see this as Cameron moves across a little bit in a vain attempt to try and defend. Julesy stays up the inside. And there was a little grab of the wall there from the V-Race car. So we'll see whether that impacts his pace with maybe a tiny bit of damage. It's really easy to tweak up the steering on these cars in the Automobilista 2 game title. And it will be interesting to catch whether the V-Race entry can maintain pace and stay with Julesy. But at the moment, it was a 207.1 to a 205.5. So Julesy absolutely monstering the entry of Edwards and Oliver in V-Race 1 machine. Back onto Conrod Straight. 52 seconds off the back of John Lee, who's leading the way here after taking the helm from Alexani. Now, we'll be approaching these next couple of laps where we're going to have to see Julesy and Fisher take their pit stop and come in for their next sequence of fuel. They are about 8 to 10 laps out of sync with the rest of the field. And they will drop back through the order. They're going to do the hard work as they're coming up on some lap traffic. The BMW coming from Davo Sim Racing down into Murray's Bend. The BMW had a bit of a moment there and had a big old spin to the inside wall on the exit of Murray's Corner and onto the pit straight. Up Mountain Straight once again, though, Anthony Jewell taking this one. He's now opening up another 3 seconds on that lap over the V-Race 1 entry. They're back to third spot. Brodie Cullen coming up behind the Davo Sim Racing BMW up Mountain Straight, trying to find a way around so he can continue his charge to try and hang on to fourth and try and close the gap and challenge for third here at Mount Panorama. The Gray and Cullen entry, McLaren 720S, having a great run in this Bathurst 6 hour. As the boys head up towards the cutting, it's Brodie Cullen at the helm at the moment, who is doing the duties of keeping Aaron Gray calm during his stint. Now Aaron's doing the opposite and keeping Brodie calm in the process through traffic. Don't hit me, Aaron. As Brodie brings it through Fog Hollow, up towards McPhillamy Park, over the crest and turn it in. Aim for the wall and you'll do just fine. Getting a little bit wide through McPhillamy there on the run across Skyline now. Grabs a bit of a break. You can hear the chirping of the tyres as he locks it up a little bit into the S's. And Brodie Cullen, 1 minute and 2 off the race lead. He's 7 seconds off the back of the Edwards and Oliver entry of V-Race 1 in third. And holds 1 minute and 6 ahead of Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard. So they're well placed here in fourth and very well positioned to challenge for a run to third. They're not going to have to worry about getting that track position anytime soon, with Fisher and Jewell due to pit in the next couple of laps. It'll be handed to them with a margin of just 7 seconds, but it's going to come to them at the end here, whether they have to try and conserve or go for a splash and dash in those final few minutes. Working our way through 1 minute and 49 left to go here at Mount Panorama. Just as he finds himself in prime position to hang on and try and pick up third in this one, Brodie Cullen has a spin on the run towards Corrie Bend at the top of Mountain Straight and gives away a whole bunch of time. Now, he did lose about 15 seconds in the process, which if he can hang on to it, he still will pick up track position of third. He still has about a minute advantage over the fifth place car, Mangano and Leonard, heading into the next hour and 48 minutes of racing. But another one like that, and it's going to spell disaster, especially if he ends up carrying any damage. And I'm sure it won't make Aaron Gray very happy in the process as they go through the dipper. Flicking through the gears out of Forest Elbow. Diving down Conrod Straight. He's lost himself a good 10 seconds as a result of that spin. The gap from V-Race 1 back to Brodie Cullen now, 17.6 seconds as he flies down Conrod Straight. Anthony Jewell has managed to open up a 10-second advantage over the V-Race 1 entry, while we still wait for them to come in and take their pit stop. Coming up to that 10-lap marker now, where we know that they were a little bit behind the sequence, and they expect Liam Fisher to potentially jump behind the wheel and have a steer for the next stint in this 6-hour enduro around Bathurst Mount Panorama. Here at RaceKraft Simulations, it's 1 hour and 46 to go. We're going to leave you in the hands of Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard for a couple of laps here on their way around and down Conrod Straight. So an hour and 41 left to go in this one. Lots of talk going on about fuel mileage and fuel saving here at RaceKraft Simulations, and it looks like Anthony Jewell is jumping out to grab a drink while he's in the pit lane, but he is not throwing Liam Fisher in the car. So Julesy going for a triple stint here at Mount Panorama. Julesy the madman going for a triple. Not even time to run for a leak. Parks it in pit lane, jumps out, grabs himself a drink, jumps back in the saddle, and he's going to go again. So they are pitting a full 10, 12 laps out of sequence from your leaders. Lianzani pitted at 52 from memory. And now Jewell and Fisher pit at 64. That extra 10 laps is 20-something minutes. They will only need to stop one more time and they will make it on fuel. Most other people either need to conserve to get below like 3.2 litres per lap, which is a huge amount of conserving here around Mount Panorama, or they need to take a splash and dash inside that last half an hour. And if Jules and Fisher can keep it together in the back end of this race, this is where they're going to do some damage. But we are still over an hour and a half away from that one. Still a full round of pit stops, even for these guys, with another pit sequence to come. 1 hour and 33 left to run, and John Lee is having some trouble. Caught the wall going across the top of the mountain a moment ago, and is having some massive trouble getting the car around the track. Just goes straight through the grass at the bottom of the chase, and this will be a game changer at the top end of town, because this means Lee has to pit. Now this changes him onto a similar pit sequence as Jewel and Fisher. With an hour and a half left to go, they could go and do 2 more stints of hard-out racing without needing to take full tanks of fuel in either, and not have to conserve. But John Lee in the pit lane is going to bring the Edwards and Oliver entry into the top of the play, and this will definitely shake things up. Graham Cullen, Cullen's in the wall. What's going on? Brody Cullen just found the wall as soon as we put the camera on, and that was heading across the top of the mountain. So that was at the bottom of the dipper. Cullen found the wall at the same time as we're just pulling up Johnny Lee into pit lane. So hopefully for Gray and Cullen, they don't have damage and they'll be able to continue on. It looks like the car is okay. McCullen definitely found the wall here. Jewel and Fisher back there in P4. Having a steer of it. They're having a conversation at the moment how they're going to manage the remainder of their race time. With an hour and 32 left to go. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard working their way through, as now Lee and Zani go down to second in the pit lane getting their repairs done. Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver in V-Race 1 go to the top of the board with an hour and a half left to run here, but it's Mangano and Leonard on screen at the moment with the first of the Porsches in the field. They go down to P5, 2 minutes 15 off the race lead here. Kate Bell and Tommy Hamlet are sitting in P6 at the hour and a half to go mark. So this is 3/4 race distance for your Bathurst 6 hour. Coming through the S's and the Dipper. Currently it's Tommy Hamlet at the wheel working his way around. They hold a full lap advantage almost to Sasso Grushin and Sean Judd. Just coming out of the bottom of the chase and the run down towards Murray's Corner. About to start their 68th lap, I think. In P7 at the moment. They're holding a bit of an advantage over the Aldermans, but not too much. The Aldermans back there coming out of Murray's and onto the pit straight now. Trying to chase them down for P7. Just a couple of seconds between them here. It's 7 seconds showing on the timing screen at the moment. Jordan Diablo and Caden Manders, another 2 laps further behind at the moment, currently in P9. 9 minutes off the race lead, sorry, 7 minutes off the race lead as everything gets corrected with Johnny Lee coming out of the pit lane. And he rejoins the race in 3rd now, just a few seconds ahead of Jewel and Fisher. Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy making their way into Forest Elbow. Through another minute and 15. Oh, getting caught up there at the elbow. And almost catching up. I think that was Johnny Lee down Conrod Straight. And charging down Conrod towards the chase here. We go back to Meath Gale and Jack Farrell coming out of Hell Corner and up the mountain straight. They're in 11th at the moment. They're another minute and a half off the back of Ungen Hoy. Further back to Nick Cochran and Riley Prussian. Having a go at it in 12th. They're in the pit lane at the moment, copping some repairs. And they'll rejoin 14 and a half minutes off your race lead. 21 minutes off the race lead is the Davo Sim Racing entry. Just dropping down to 13th spot. The McLaren. Can't pick on them at the moment though. The Davo Sim Racing entry in 13th. We go to the other Davo Sim Racing entry, the BMW in 14th at the moment. This is of Davidson, Singleton and Rickards, currently holding down the last spot on the road. A couple of seconds further up the track is the other of the entries. Go check in on this battle here. They're 4 seconds up the road. You can see Jewel and Fisher just flashing across the frame. from John Lee at the helm of the McLaren at the moment as he heads into Frog Hollow and Solomon Park. Trying to keep the McLaren nice and steady here. They've dropped to third as a result of needing to take an extra pit stop. But that might play to their favour. They don't need to splash towards the end. They don't really need to think about conservation if they've taken fuel in this stop. With an hour and a half left to go, they might be needing just one more stop to get it home. And it can be an early or a late stop. So they could choose to stop again to get out of track position across the next half an hour to 40 minutes and have plenty of fuel to get it all the way home to the finish. Or they could run it long and have a shorter stint right at the end. With 1 hour and 28 minutes to go, we're going to leave you in the hands of Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy, flashing the lights down Conrod Straight, currently holding down the 10th spot here in your Bathurst 6 hour. Well, things have been a little bit quiet here at RaceKraft Simulations during the last hour or so since the last round of pit stops, but things are going to start warming up very soon here as we approach the final hour of racing. In this Bathurst 6-hour enduro, we still have 14 cars running and no such issues like we had at the 2-hour marker earlier in the race. It's Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver, with Oliver driving at the moment, leading the way for V-Race 1. We'll grab them on screen. Heading up the Mount Straight and up towards Quarry Bend. They lead from Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen into the second spot. 9 seconds is the gap. Nice and close here as Cullen clicking off some solid laps. Oliver has just not really been able to maintain pace at the moment, lapping in the 207s and skirting around the track. He's slowly giving away more and more time to the Gray and Cullen combination. The issue is they can't switch a driver out or can't throw Edwards back in or figure something out at this point until the next pit stop, which is due to come in the next 15 to 20 minutes time. Anyone who pits shy of the hour marker is probably going to have to splash or have a serious conservation effort be mounted. Anyone who pits after the hour marker would be relatively safe. Now, there is a couple of guys racing in the top 5 that we know can have one more stop, but they're going to come inside the hour marker. So that would be Lee Anzani and Jewel and Fisher, currently 3rd and 4th in the reverse order. As mentioned, they are out of the pit sequence, and so they are going to be pitting at very different times than your race leader here, Ray Oliver, out front. Charging down Conrod Straight, 8.1 seconds clear. Brody Cullen trying to chase him down as they head down towards the chase here. Dipping just under the 8-second mark here. They're lapping 207s and 205s. Jewel and Fisher are lapping in the 203s just behind. Trying to put the squeeze on. It's getting tighter and tighter towards this next round of pit stops with an hour and 15 to go. And the way that it's worked out for Jewel and Fisher, they've been on the back foot all race long since that restart, but that has allowed them now to come back into the fray, and they're going to start to fight for it. This next round of pit stops is going to allow these guys to drive on by, and at this rate, they're going to take over the race lead at the next round of pit stops, but they still have to pit one more time. If Edwards and Oliver and Gray and Cullen can get away with pitting only one more time in this race, it's going to be a super tight race to the finish here at the end of 6 hours of racing at RaceKraft Simulations. Lee Anzani another 22 seconds further down the road in the 4th spot. They're still in with a shout of this one. They are out of the pit sequence now as well after having to take those emergency damage repairs after leading for most of the way since the 2-hour marker restart. They sit in 4th at the moment. We're going to grab a hold of Johnny Lee, wheeling his way around the circuit here at Mount Panorama, grabbing a whole bunch of curb through the Quarry Bend. Mangano and Leonard, they're in the P5 spot. They're another minute and 33 between. So a minute 23 off the back of Lee Anzani, a minute 33 up the road from Bell and Hamlet. Having a bit of a race of their own here in P5, and they're realistically out of a shot at running for the top spot unless something monumental happens out front from Bell and Hamlet. They're another minute or 2 minutes further back there, minute 31 adrift in P6, and then it's another couple of minutes further back to Grushin and Judd in P7, with just a few seconds further back the Aldermans there in P8. Diablo and Manders going further back here. They're a minute 40 off the back of the Aldermans, rocking and rolling through Reed Park. And Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy rounding out your top 10. They're a little bit further back again here, another minute 40 off the back of the Diablo and Manders combination. Galen Farrell in P11. Starting to stretch the gaps right out now. They're a minute and 21 further behind. Then we go back to Cochrane and Prussian. A cool 2 minutes 44 behind Galen Farrell in P12. Then the Davo Sim Racing boys, I still can't click on the Vince Merendino and McDonald entry for some reason. The system just doesn't like pulling their car up on screen. They might be having a reference time issue. Some sort of ping problem coming from Geraldton. But our last place driver, the BMW on track from Davo Sim Racing, of Davidson, Singleton and Ricards, bringing up the back end of the pack. It's 1 hour and 14 and a half minutes to go here at RaceKraft Simulations as the BMW continues to circulate around Mount Panorama. Probably the most beaten up BMW you've seen for a while. With the battle out front starting to really tighten up, we're going to have all three cars in the same frame soon. Oh, and a crashed Porsche parked on the race line catches out Ray Oliver on the way through the S's. And that could do some damage as well here as they come down towards Forest Elbow. Not a great thing to have there as he's holding only 1.5 seconds over Jewel and Fisher, who are mounting a charge. Brody Cullen's lost some time as well. It's on for the race lead here. Jewel going around the outside, down Conrod Straight and picking up the race lead. Jewel and Fisher are leading before the pit stop. At lap 76 with 1 hour and 13 to go, we're expecting the next round of pit stops to come for your main game runners, as now the V-Race 1 entry, they have to pit, and they're going to be out of sequence. So damage caused by the incident at the S's, I would understand, with the Porsche parked on the race line, forces Ray Oliver to pit at 1 hour and 13. There is no way you can stretch fuel that long here at Mount Panorama, so they are going to be in a world of hurt with either a necessary splash and dash needed before the end of the race or a monumental conservation effort on fuel. Now, Oliver has done it before. I mean, the last 6 hours of Spa Enduro I was part of here at RaceKraft Simulations in September last year. It was Ray Oliver and Mikkel Peps racing it to the line, burning about 4.2 litres per lap, while the rest of the field burnt about 5 litres per lap. And they managed to bring it home on bare fumes to get that thing across the line. But that is a shocker, and that will see them fall down the order. The big winners out of this one, though, Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen, picking up the 2 spot, only 4 seconds off the back of Julian Fisher. Now, they are on a standard pit sequence at the moment. They're looking at pitting inside the next 15 minutes. If they can pit the other side of the hour marker, they'll be on for a good one. And Aaron's looking pretty smug at the moment because Brody's been doing a great job conserving fuel for them. But still lapping in the 206s. Oh, and he gets all crossed up and tags the wall. Brody Cullen did a great job to keep that off the wall without hitting it too hard. And hopefully gets away with it without causing too much damage. We're not even inside the final hour yet, and this pit sequence is already starting to cause some trouble, and we haven't even got to pit lane yet. So the V-Race 1 entry is still in pit lane getting repairs, just coming out of the lane now. And I'd love to know which of the 2 drivers is behind the wheel. The lap times might do the talking. But the V-Race 1 entry rejoins the circuit and on track just ahead of Mangano and Leonard, who are just behind coming up Mountain Straight. Now, they are almost a lap behind, according to my screen. I have to wait till that resets the gaps here. And so it does say, no, they are 5 seconds. They are for position as my times reset. So the Porsche of Mangano and Leonard now have someone to race with for the V-Race 1 entry. There's only a 5-6 second margin from them back to Edwards and Oliver in P4. They hold a minute and a half over the top of Bell and Hamlet, rounding out P6. But this fight at the front, Julian Fisher getting out front here and trying to mount a monumental drive with 1 hour and 10 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama Circuit. They don't need to pit just yet, but they'll be thinking about where their pit sequence is going to line up, where it's going to put them on track, and what they need to do to get this car home to the finish line. working our way towards the optimum pit stop window in the back end of this 6-hour enduro at Mount Panorama from RaceKraft Simulations. We follow along with Brodie Cullen at the moment. He's 5.8 seconds. Trying to close that gap off the back of Jewel and Fisher leading the way. Charging up Mountain Straight towards Quarry Bend. Looks like we've had a trouble lap here for Jewel and Fisher, because the gap has suddenly gone from 8 seconds down to 4. It was a 2:03 to a 2:06 last lap across, but this lap, something's happened. And Fisher and Jewel are having trouble. Brodie Cullen has managed to close the gap up here. John Lee's had a moment as well here in the 3rd spot, heading up towards the top end of the track, and he might be sporting a little bit more damage here. That will put them in a bit of trouble towards the back end. It's an hour and 7 to go, and that looks like a very, very awkward crab-walking McLaren that is not happy with the way it's going around Mount Panorama right now. John Lee in a world of hurt, going across the top of the mountain through McPhillamy Park, down Skyline, and crab-walking its way out towards the wall. This is a big change in their race program. They didn't need this with an hour and 7 minutes to go. John can barely get it stopped and turned in at the dipper. Down Conrad Straight, it's going to be a bit of a handful in its own as well. A long way off the race lead, and this is going to hurt their cause. They took an emergency stop, and that put them out of the pit sequence. Now this is going to pretty much bring them back into the pit sequence. They're going to be put back on the same as everyone else. There's a chance they could recover from this, but it's going to be a big ask to hang on to it, as John is going to bring it down into the pit lane, and I would expect he's probably going to hand the keys over to Alexani for the next hour and 6 minutes of your Bathurst 6-hour enduro. Johnny has had a monumental day though. Drove a stellar couple of stints in the rain earlier on in the race, and that sees them in the pit lane with 1 hour and 6 minutes. And now it's a game of fuel conservation. Who can save fuel to the maximum extent? And they are going to have a bit of a fight here with V-Race, I believe, in a fight for who can end up 3rd. Oh, V-Race off into the wall at Forest Elbow. The V-Race entry has got all crossed up and found the wall. They banged a reset button instead of trying to do a U-turn, but that could cause some more damage, and they are tweaking the car, trying to keep it off the grass. Monumental things happening here at the mountain. We are still an hour and 5 out from a finish. Mangano and Leonard car has gone through into the 4th spot. Edwards and Oliver dropping down to P5, and it looks like the car is okay. It was only a light graze of the wall, but the front splitter and fascia of the car is caught up, and they run wide at the bottom of the chase, trying to get it pulled up for the corner. Could this see them going for a pit stop? No, they go on by. They're going to soldier on here. Hour and 4 to go, and I'm casting my eye out, and it looks like Alexani is struggling to get a handle on the car. I'm not sure whether they got the full repairs done in the pit stop and driver change, so a big ask for Zani to handle this car, and they may have to go for another stop to get this thing pulled up and get that car home to the finish. They currently sit 3rd, 20 seconds clear of Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard in the 4 spot. We're following along with Edwards and Oliver at the moment. They're 5 seconds further down the road in P5 after having that spin at the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, all smiles for Anthony Jewell and Liam Fisher out front with 81 laps completed since the restart. We'll grab a hold of them at the moment down through the S's and the Dipper. And just trying to keep it smooth. They're still lapping in the 205s. Mangano and Leonard, though, are in the 204s. Trevor Leonard is in the seat. He's going to try and mount something. He has a minute 42 to make up to have anything to say about the top end of town. But it is looking like a big ask for these guys. We bring them down, and Julesy down Conrod Straight in the back end of his triple stint. Surely they're not going to quadruple stint the kid. And Liam will jump in the car and have a go as Julesy runs a little bit wide on the exit at the bottom of the chase. The quiet achievers at the moment here is Brody Cullen right now in the 14 all green McLaren 720S. Tsunami entry having a go here. He's 8.3 seconds off the back of Jules and Fisher. As Alexani and John Lee are in the pit lane getting repairs. Unfortunately, their stop didn't get the repairs all fixed up, and that will send them down the order. Now, they should come out clear enough to stay in the top 5. The gaps will reset in just a moment. We'll get a proper indication of where they fit into this top end of town in the last hour and 2 minutes of racing. But it's going to be a big ask to be on the podium. 2 minutes and 10, the gap. They are 24 seconds off the back of Edwards and Oliver, who are currently sitting in 4th. Mangano and Leonard have just snuck one in there and picked up the 3rd spot. But now Zani is coming up behind Gray and Cullen. This is to unlap themselves from 2nd. And Brody Cullen is hanging the back end out and dragging the wing along the wall through Reed Park on the way to Saltman. Zani just having a moment there going in through McPhillamy Park. He caught the inside wall and got a little crossed up. Trying to get some communication going between the teams. And it looks like Gray and Cullen are going to pit at the end of this lap. But that drag of the wall could be another nail in the coffin for Lee and Zani. Down Conrod Straight once again. We're watching for Gray and Cullen to go into the pit lane, and this will really kick off a flurry of activity in this final round of pit stops. Everyone's trying to conserve fuel in the back end of the race to try and be fueled to finish. With an hour and 30 seconds to go, Gray and Cullen are going to cut it extra fine. They are in the pit lane. So it's crunch time here for Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen down into the pit lane to get their final stop underway and try and conserve fuel and run it all the way home. Around them, where is this going to fit them in? They're going to come out probably in 4th at this rate, behind the V-Race 1 entry of Edwards and Oliver. We'll pick up with Mangano and Trevor Leonard, who are making a great run of it in the Porsche towards the end of their race. They've kept their nose clean. They've stayed out of trouble, kept the damage to a minimum, and they're lapping in the 204s with Trevor Leonard at the wheel. And they could be a real threat to this one. They're still a minute 39 off the race lead, with Jewell and Fisher still needing to pit one more time to bring it home to finish. It could be an interesting one to pick these guys up here. Down Conrod Straight, Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard as we are inside the final hour of racing. Picking up with your race leaders. Anthony Jewell leading the way here after 83 laps completed since the restart. It'll be sometime still going to be like 95 laps before we see them coming into the pit lane. And that'll put us right about 40 minutes to go in this Bathurst 6 hour. What they were going to do with their driver changes, whether they're going to throw Liam Fisher behind the wheel for the final stint to try and bring this one home. It's going to be a big ask. They are trying to work on the gap at the moment. With Gray and Cullen taking their pit stop, that puts them 1 minute and 22 clear of second place. They still need to pit one more time, but that 1 minute 22 is enough to keep them in the race lead. With 58 minutes to go. I'll give you a full race update coming at you here from RaceKraft Simulations. Anthony Jewell and Liam Fisher lead the way on lap 84 since the 2-hour restart for the Bathurst 6 hour. Aaron Gray and Brodie Cullen have just taken their last pit stop. That should be enough to get them home to the finish. They're trying to conserve at like 3.2 litres a lap, which may just be enough to get them home, but they are going to be on literal fumes to get that car over the line unless they go for a splash. We go back to Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard into the third spot here. They've had a quiet one, but now they're lapping very quick here. Last lap of 2:04.2, they put down a best of a 2:03.5. But they are 1 minute and 40 off the race lead. They could have a fight to run for second with Gray and Cullen here, but I'm not sure on their pit stop runs at the moment, whether they are yet to pit for the final time in this race. Then we go back to V-Race 1 of Edwards and Oliver. They're currently sitting another 10 seconds further down the line after having a couple of issues with spins and lap traffic in the last stint. Let's put them down to P4. Lee and Zani are having a real battle of it right now. They are another 30 seconds down the road after John Lee having an issue. The pit stop and the driver change that would have seen them come back out in sync with the rest of the field. Zani has caught the wall and has put some hurt on the car as well and was unable to bring that one home. So they are really struggling in 5 right now. From Bell and Hamlet in the 6th spot, having a quiet one there. They are another 1 minute and 10 further down the road in P6. Grushin and Judd in P7. Another 2 minutes 20 further adrift. Then we go back to the Aldermans in P8. The Diable and Manders combination in P9. From Gale and Farrell in P10. Brendan Ng and Chase Hoy in 11. Nick Cochran and Riley Prussian in P12. The Dabo Sim Racing boys, Todd and Nathan Vince. Zach McDonald and Cameron Meridino in the 13th spot, with Michael Singleton, Eddie Davidson and Jamie Rickards in P14. That's your full race position update as we head into the final hour of racing here at RaceKraft Simulations for the Bathurst 6 hour. We follow along with Jewell and Fisher at the moment, 1 minute and 25 up the road, yet to take fuel. We go back to Gray and Cullen in second. They should be fueled to finish, but we'll keep a real close eye on their fuel burn calc and see whether it's enough to get them home. Further back again, Raymond Garno and Trevor Leonard having a great run of it here in third, keeping the Porsche clean. I mean, it looks like it's just rolling out of the pits. It's practically brand new, this Porsche. They have driven a stellar race to put themselves in the fight. They are 1 minute and 40 off the race lead here. Back to V-Race 1 of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver having a crack at it in 4th after they caught some trouble during the last stint on track. Down in P4, they're another 11 seconds further down the road from Mangano and Leonard. Then back to Alexani trying to drive a comeback at the moment for himself and John Lee. Down in P5 after leading for so long in this race. Heartbreak in the back end of John Lee's stints in the car. And again, as Alexani took over the reins, sees them in a huge amount of trouble trying to drive back into the fight here. They are 30 seconds adrift of the battle with the V-Race entry of Edwards and Oliver for P4. 47 minutes to go, and Alexani has just had a big off at Quarry Bend, and that will put him with a severely damaged McLaren that pretty much bows them out of a chance at having a fight here. But fuel calculations are becoming a big part of this one. Let's run you through what we have so far. Anthony Jewell and Liam Fisher, they need to pit at about lap 93, 94 from memory. They need about 40 litres to get them home. They do need to still stop one more time, but they don't need anywhere near as much fuel as anyone else to get the lead car home. But I do believe they need tyres, so that will expand things out and put them in a bit of trouble getting into the back end of this one. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard also need fuel to finish. They do need that little splash to get them home. They are 1 minute and 43 off the race lead right now, but they're lapping 1.8 seconds a lap slower than your race leaders for Ray and Trevor. Right behind them, though, Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen, they can get home on the fuel they have. They are going to cut it deadly fine, literally on the fumes that'll come through the breather tube in the tank will be enough to get them across the line at the end of this one. They are going to be skating on by and trying to conserve as much as humanly possible in this last 45 minutes of racing. V-Race 1, well, we have no idea. We can only assume Ray's a pretty good conservative driver at keeping fuel in the tank and circulating in the 207s in the back end of this race. He sits some 16 seconds off the back of Aaron and Brody's entry, currently sitting third. They have a chance. They probably still need to pit, though. I think they last pitted outside the last hour, so therefore they're going to need a little splash to get it home. You just can't make up that much of a difference in fuel towards the end and still have lap speed in the back end of the race. Alexani, unfortunately, having an off and being in pit lane is going to cost him badly, and he's potentially going to drop out of the top 5 now, elevating Cade Bell and Tommy Hamlet to get inside the top 5 fight, but they are a long way off this battle for the race lead. The one we all want to watch, Jewell and Fisher coming down Conrod Straight, and we're just waiting and counting down the laps till we need to see these guys come into pit lane, and it's going to be coming soon. As we follow along with Anthony Jewell, he's done a monumental set of stints here, for the word that I've used about 17 times today, but he's done a great job in this car, driving these guys back into the race and driving a clean race that keeps them in the fight. With 91 laps now for Anthony Jewell and Liam Fisher. We're going to see them pit sometime soon as they charge back up Mountain Straight with 1 minute 42 in hand over Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard. They do need to take that little splash to get them home, though. It'll be a short stop, and they'll be hoping that the short fuel that they need to get home is enough to keep them in the fight compared to the long stop that we think Jewell and Fisher need for fuel and tyres to get this McLaren home to the finish. So talking around, it looks like Jewell and Fisher probably don't need to take tyres in the back end of this one. The tyres look okay enough, and they should be able to hang on, but we'll find out when it comes time to run it down into pit lane. Last time across a 205.2, Mangano and Leonard with a 204.6. They're starting to try and make inroads on this gap, and although it doesn't feel like you're really making a big impact on the gap out there, 1 minute and 41.4, still something that they can make up with the pit stops here as we follow Fisher and Jewel bringing it down towards Murray's Corner. They're going to go another time across. Bring it down the pit straight. We're going to go back to Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard. These guys have driven a terrific race so far, and the cleanest of the field out there. Well and truly keeping their noses clean. Trevor knows how to wheel this Porsche around Mount Panorama. Wheeling it down the line. They are trying to run down a 1:40 deficit to get to the pointy end of the race. It's a 5-second gap further back to Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen in the third spot here. As Cullen and Aaron bring it flying through McPhillamy Park, but your leader, Anthony Jewell, bringing it around. This looks like is going to be his pit in lap. So this will be the pit stop that's going to really define the race here for your leaders out front, Jewell and Fisher. A 1:39 gap they have back to Mangano and Leonard, who arguably do still need a dash to get it home, but it's only another 6 seconds further back to Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen, who are going to cut it oh so fine on fuel. So we'll follow Julesy down Conrod Straight, and as he pulls it into the pit lane, we'll jump back and grab Mangano and Leonard and see how close they come when they come out of pit lane. We are 40 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the Bathurst 6 hour here at RaceKraft Simulations. Davo Sim Racing joining us, and V-Race in Osborne Park as well. Keep in mind the V-Race boys only a 1:59, just under a lap off the race lead at the moment after having a shocker during their last stint, catching lap traffic, catching a wall and a spin, and needing to get their pit stop done. Here we go, Anthony Jewell, your race leader, into pit lane for the final time in this one. With 40 minutes to go, it's going to be a short splash and a run to get out of the pit lane as quick as they can. They seemingly don't need tyres, but whether they're taking them or not is going to be the big ask here for Julesy. And it looks like they're going to quadruple stint him as well. So Liam Fisher's just going to sit back and play race manager. You know you can do that on your phone, right? You don't need to come here and do stuff like that. Save yourself the journey. Julesy is going to go quadruple stinting here at Mount Panorama. We're going to pick up Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard, finding themselves in a bit of traffic. Leonard doing the wheel work as they go through McPhillamy Park in the red Spark Porsche, the 03 entry. This kept their nose so clean all day long today. Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen back there in the third spot. They're having a good race here. They're trying to chase down this gap. You can see Leonard. Leonard is down Conrod Straight, and Gray just hits Forest Elbows now. So they are trying to stay in touch as Gray was sideways on the way into Forest Elbow. Jewell is out of pit lane and up Mountain Straight and comes out right in front of one of the Porsches. And he comes out right in front of Sasha Grushin at the moment to just park the McLaren right in front of him, dangle the carrot right there. But they have resumed the race with still a 40-second advantage over Trevor Leonard, manning the Mangano and Leonard entry, who still need to have a splash to get home. And this is really jeopardizing their run to get second on the road, even third at this rate. They could fall back in the clutches. I mean, if they lose 20 seconds, they're going to go down behind the V-Race entry of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver. But I do think the V-Race boys still need to pit as well. I would love to have the ability within Automobilista to pull up their last pit stops for you to find out whether they do need to pit. But I do not think they have a 1 hour economy set up in that car. They're not able to run it to get that 1 hour run. And I'm pretty sure they pitted before the turn of the last hour. For Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver, running out of the V-Race Centre on Scarborough Beach Road in Osborne Park. Well, we have 11 machines in-house here at RaceKraft Simulations and Grogan Road, Perth International Airport. Running the show right now. But it's Anthony Jewell on a quadruple stint to bring this one home. 36 minutes to go here for the Bathurst 6 Hour from RaceKraft Simulations. With 30 minutes and 45 seconds to go, that last splash and dash comes for the V-Race boys. Oliver and Edwards in the pit lane to get their last run of fuel to get this car home. So we were correct in thinking they needed fuel to get it home to finish in the Bathurst 6 hour. As we approach the final half hour of racing, it's Jewel and Fisher out front with a 39-second advantage as they come up and put a lap on Bell and Hamlet, lapping in the 205s. Now, they're okay to be lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard, but then they cannot afford to have a mistake at this stage of the race. With half hour left to go. It's been 5.5 hours of brutal racing here at RaceKraft Simulations. Ray Mangano and Trevor Leonard back there in the second spot. Still not sure whether they have taken that final pit stop they need to get it home. So Mangano and Leonard still need that one final stop to bring this Porsche 911 RSR home to the finish here in the Bathurst 6 hour. They leave from Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen back there in the third spot. We kept them up on screen for a little bit as Aaron's doing some wheel work to try and bring this McLaren home. They're lapping in the 205, still slower than Mangano and Leonard, but a 20-second deficit as Leonard slices his way through some lap traffic and almost slams it into the wall at the cutting. Gets it nice and close. They make the run out of Griffin's Mount and Reed Park through the right-handers. Now switch to the left here at the top of Reed Park before the run down the hill at Frog Hollow and Solomon Park. Square the car up right against the wall on the run through to McPhillamy. Tuck it in because it seems to narrow up on the run across the top of Skyline. Down into the S's, hard on the brakes and dragging it all the way down the hill to arrest the momentum into the dipper. And then power it out through the right, left, right. That final right-hander to square it up under brakes into Forest Elbow. And squeeze on the skinny pedal, back into the power to spool it up down Conrod Straight. Trevor Leonard trying to make the most of his final few laps in this little stint to get that last splash and dash and bring it fueled to finish. .27.5 minutes to go. Leonard getting a little bit squirrely. Trying to get into the power to make the run up Mountain Straight. Surely they're going to have to pit sometime soon inside this final half hour. So a couple of laps of fuel left to go here for Trevor Leonard. They're going to pit inside the final 20 minutes, take the minimum fuel they need, which there is an in-game default for minimum fuel. It doesn't let you go much below that, so they're not going to need to go much further before kind of wasting their time on taking too much fuel and spending too much time in the pit lane. As Leonard brings it out of Reed and Solman. He's holding on. He's still trying to expand that gap, you see. Over 22 seconds now. Back to Aaron Gray and Brody Cullen, who are clicking off those 205s like clockwork at the moment. Aaron's doing a stellar job in the back end of this one. It's a minute and 30 further back to Edwards and Oliver in the V-Race 1 McLaren to hold on to P4. John Lee is trying to just bring this car home to finish in the top 5 here. From teammate Alexani. Cade Bell and Tommy Hamlet, though, are trying to chase him down. You can see them looming further in the background. The camo car just at the top of frame. Sitting 8 seconds adrift at the moment and lapping faster. Trying to close the gap here. So John Lee trying to hang on to finish in the top 5 with 26 minutes to go. Trevor Leonard bringing it around. At the bottom of the chase. We'll be expecting him to come in soon. It could be this lap. He might go one more. And Trevor is going to continue on by and keep charging those laps through with 25.5 minutes left to go in the Bathurst 6 hour. And the fuel game's not really coming to play because Fisher and Jewell are just in charge at the moment. Overcoming the early setbacks and using the pit sequence to their advantage. They hold on to a 40-second lead, keeping the nose clean and staying out of trouble out there on track. .9 seconds the gap they hold over Trevor Leonard back there in second. The guy they're really racing, though, is Aaron Gray and Brodie Cullen, who are looking pretty good on fuel. They're fueled to finish at the moment and hanging on, but a 1 minute deficit, and Gray circulating in the 207s last time across means that they're going to be unable to make inroads on this minute margin with 25 minutes to go. .23.5 minutes left to go here as Anthony Jewell just clicks off into the 100th lap since the complete restart of the race after the 2 hour marker. Jewelsy down into McPhillamy Park. All he's got to do from now on out is just keep his nose clean and stay on the black stuff. He leads by a minute. Back to Aaron Gray and Brodie Cullen, who are realistically the first car they're racing. Trevor Leonard still needs to pit, and he's going to be due to come in on this lap, but it's Jewell bringing it down towards Forest Elbow. And onto Conrod Straight once again. He's got a bit of traffic around them. In fact, he's coming up onto the back of John Lee down Conrod Straight here. John still trying to hang on to the McLaren and keep it in the top 5. The gap is coming down, though, as Kate Bell and Tom Hamlet have already cracked a beer and having a beer down Conrod Straight. That's how you do Bathurst. That's how you do Bathurst. A beer down Conrod Straight for Tom Hamlet, trying to chase down John Lee for top 5 results here in the Bathurst 6 hour. 22 minutes to go. They go on by. Now it's Trevor Leonard's turn down Conrod Straight in the Porsche. He's going to come into pit and get his final splash and dash to bring this one home to finish with 22 minutes to go. Last time across, he was lapping 0.6 of a second faster than your race leaders of Anthony Jewell, but a massive margin to make up here as Leonard brings it along, and he's going to go another lap. He's going to keep pushing the boundaries. 21.5 minutes on the clock, and Leonard was lying to us. We brought him up and everything to see him dive into pit lane and take that stop. We'll go back to Aaron Gray having a bit of fun here, and we'll give you a run through your running order with 21 minutes to go here in the Bathurst 6 hour from RaceKraft Simulations. Gray and Cullen holding on to the 3rd spot down the line. We go back to V-Race 1 of Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver coming out of Quarry Bend on the run towards the cutting. Little waggle of the tail as he gets on the loud pedal to head up towards Reed Park and a run across the top of the mountain. They are holding on to 4th. They've got a minute and a half back to John Lee in P5, and they're a minute and a half off the back of Gray and Cullen in P3. So a bit of a no man's land situation here for Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver with the McLaren 720S. Holding down the 4 spot here from Lee back there in P5. We'll check in on him as he runs just in front of Julesy. And they've got a McLaren bringing it up behind him here that seems to have been freshly repaired recently. So John Lee still holding pretty solid pace at the moment, but Julesy is driving up onto the back of him. Has come out from under the High-Tech Oils bridge. Julesy having a look to the inside at Murray's corner, and they're going to go side by side down the pit straight. Cade Bell is the one who's trying to upset the apple cart here for John Lee, bringing that gap down to 6.5 seconds now. Cade Bell trying to chase down John Lee for a top 5 result with Tommy Hamlet at the wheel at the moment. Sasha Grushin and Sean Judd having a clean run of their own with the Porsche as they scream down Conrod Straight and make a run through the chase here. They're holding on to P7, but they are 3 minutes off the 6th spot here and just a few seconds up the road, 10 seconds up the road from the Aldermans in P8. Jordan Diablo and Caden Manders another 42 seconds further down the road in the 9th spot here. Then a few minutes further back to Brendan Ung and Chase Hoy. Then it's Gale and Farrell. Meath and Jack currently running in the 11th spot here. Nick Cochran and Riley Prussian getting another repair to their McLaren. They're 18 minutes off the race lead. Then the Davo's Sim Racing boys coming at you here in P13 and 14. In 13, it's Vince McDonald and Merendino holding onto it. And the 14th spot, Singleton, Davidson and Rickards rounding out your running order. Trevor Leonard has taken fuel, and I cannot believe it, that they come out in front of Gray and Cullen. Aaron Gray is going to light a fire up under his ass now because he's got a lapped car between him and the car he wants to chase. And the race is going to be on for second. We might not have a battle for the race lead for Julesy and Fisher with 18 minutes to go, but the race is on for second here between Trevor Leonard and Aaron Gray. Going to fight it out of McPhillamy Park, across Skyline and down into the S's. That last splash and dash for Trevor, giving him exactly enough he needed. Bloody hell, that must have been a literal splash and dash through the pit lane to get Trevor fueled to finish. Now who can pull out the fast lap times? Running it down off the end of the chase. Trevor Leonard hanging on to that second spot here. Aaron Gray doing everything he can to try and close that gap and chase him. It's a 1 second difference between them. Into Murray's corner and Trevor a little bit sideways across the center of the corner. 16 minutes 45 to go here. Coming down to that final 15 of your 6 hours of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. There's a battle happening further back as well for 5th and 6th. John Lee trying to hang on to it at the moment and not lose any more time. To the back of Tommy Hamlet, sipping on a Corona down Conrod Straight. Johnny wants to finish on a high note and end up in the top 5 here. Behind them, the camo McLaren you can just see popping into frame is trying to chase them down. The gap is down to less than 4 seconds. With 16 minutes remaining, it's going to be a hard-fought battle between Hamlet and Lee to the finish here to go P5 in the Bathurst 6 hour. Go back here to Tommy Hamlet. The gap sits 4.5 seconds coming down into Murray's corner for these final 15 minutes of racing. Anthony Jewell charging up Mountain Straight, working to the final 15 minutes of what's been a massive set of stints for him. Quadruple stinting around Bathurst. In the saddle with 104 laps into since we've had the mandatory restart. He holds 1 minute and 5 over the rest of the field. A stellar effort from Julesy. Back to Trevor Leonard. He lapped at a 2:31.9 was his outlap from the pit lane. Managed to come out just a smidge in front of Aaron Gray. The gap is now still a second as they come down towards Murray's corner. We'll get a realistic look at the lap speed between the two of them as they come down the pit straight this time by. It's 14 minutes and 45 to go. It's a 2:03.9 for Trevor Leonard, a 2:04.1 for Aaron Gray. Oh, Trevor drops a wheel on Mountain Straight. Almost sends it spearing into the pit side wall as he climbs the mountain. Now the gap's going to start to creep down as Aaron has a run on him up Mountain Straight towards Corey Bend. He's nowhere near close enough to make a big impact on it yet, but a little mistake there from Trevor will hand it over to Aaron Gray as they fight it out for second and third. 14 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama. Oh, Trevor clips a wall again at Reed Park. The mistakes are coming for Trevor Leonard. Little rub up of the wall at the Reed Park exit, and it brings the gap back to Aaron Gray down to a second. He drops a wheel at Skyline. Aaron Gray almost fires it into the inside wall through Skyline as well. Into the S's. It's getting dicey for second. Meanwhile, Julesy is in cruise control. 1 minute and 5 further up the road on lap 105 since the mandatory restart. We are somehow still 1.3 seconds the gap between Leonard and Gray. So Aaron got a bit spooked and buttoned out of it here as we come up to some lap traffic down Conrod Straight. The Davo Sim Racing boys in the BMW just letting your second and third place drivers fly on by down Conrod. As they hit the pit straight this time by, the gap is down to half a second from Leonard to Gray as they come down pit straight. Aaron mounted a big charge in the back end of the lap to pull 7/10 of a second out of Trevor's time. A little bit of wheel spin on the exit of Held Corner. Aaron is giving it everything here in the McLaren 720. Giving it all he's got as they head up towards Quarry Bend. 0.6 of a second the gap. This is a fight for second. Trevor Leonard pushing the Porsche to its limits as they come up through some lap traffic again on the way towards the cutting. Aaron Gray stalking him with the McLaren. He was 0.7 of a second faster at the turn of the previous lap. Still 12 minutes of this to happen yet. Leonard gets through Reed Park a lot cleaner that time by than he did earlier. Dragging the curb and getting the Porsche a little bit out of shape on the run towards McPhillamy Park. 0.4 of a second as they come up on some lap traffic. We've got the blues out for the Porsche that's going to end up in front of these two and could be an equaliser in this battle for second. 11.5 minutes to go. It's a 1 minute and 5 second gap forward to Anthony Jewell, who's leading here. Oh, Aaron Gray tags the back of the Porsche. Gives him a bit of a rub up in for his elbow. Coming up onto the back of this lap traffic. The Fanatec Porsche down Conrod Straight, seemingly just lifting off the gas as they head into the chase and lets these two go on through. The fight for second and third is on. Gray is in the gas and running it all the way out to the curbing at the bottom of the chase. 0.7 of a second at the end of this lap. 10 minutes and 45 still to go. We've got 5 laps left of action here at Mount Panorama, maybe even 6. It all comes down to where Julesy ends up at the turn of the time going to 0 is your race leader. He's 1 minute and 7 out front. We're going to turn our attention away from that battle as Anthony Jewell brings it out onto Conrod Straight once again. Leading the round and still clicking off 2:03s for Julesy. After like 4 hours in the seat, he's still able to click off 2:03s. Julesy's on a mission today. We go back though. All eyes glued on this battle for second. Trevor Leonard trying to hold off Aaron Gray. Their teammates Ray Mangano and Brody Cullen respectively sitting back and watching. Stepping back and forth and checking on the lap speed. Leonard last time across was 0.3 quicker to open the gap back up a little bit. But as they head towards McPhillamy Park, it's half a second. Aaron is so fast through the top end of the mountain, where the Porsche probably suffers from a little bit of understeer as he almost got it all out of shape under brakes in the S's. Trevor managed to gather it up before he fired it into the wall at the bottom of the hill. 0.3 of a second. Leonard is sideways on the way into Forest Elbow. Onto Conrod Straight. And now Aaron has the toe. 2.7 of a second. And decreasing with 9 minutes and 5 to go. That's 9 minutes left in the Bathurst 6 hour at RaceKraft Simulations. Aaron Gray had a little peek to the inside, having another look there. Just flashing into the mirrors of Trevor Leonard. Is less than 6 inches off his rear bumper through the middle of the corner at the bottom of the chase. Down towards Murray's Corner. Hard on the brakes and 0.3 of a second between them. And 8.5 minutes left to run here in the Bathurst 6 hour. We are watching this fight for second as it is tight. Quick check-in with John Lee and Alexani. Still trying to hold on to the 5 spot here. You can see Tommy Hamlet in the background stalking him. It's 2.9 seconds to gap, but John is still holding on to it. We'll go back to the battle for second. Trevor Leonard and Aaron Gray still going at it half a second as they make the run towards the cutting. This is a great battle towards the end of such a long race. A little bit of a problem there for Aaron Gray. I think he caught the wall at the cutting. Gray is sporting a little bit of trouble because he gave the wall a big rub up through the cutting, and that hurt him. And now he's dropped off 2 seconds off the back of Trevor Leonard. That could be the blessing that Trevor needed as he runs through the S's. And that could spell disaster for Aaron's run to try and challenge for second place today. Leonard's been running so quick, he's actually brought the gap for the lead down a little bit, but nothing to impact that 1 minute and 6 margin as he gives the wall a bit of a rub on the exit of Forest Elbow and onto Conrod Straight. Big moment there from John Lee, and he's had a big one going up towards Quarry Bend, and Johnny has given up the 5 spot. Tommy Hamlet is going to sneak on through, and that spells disaster for John's run, trying to valiantly defend that top 5 result here in the Bathurst 6 hour. He's going to struggle all the way around. The McLaren and the V-Race boys go squeaking on through to put a lap on Johnny again here. The boys running in 4th at the moment for Oliver and Edwards, and they are sporting a broken car as well, just hitting all sorts of debris strewn across the track as they make their run across the top of the mountain. But you can see their McLaren is not looking happy indeed as they try and circulate just to finish this one. The battle for second, it's still there, but it's 2.5 seconds now Trevor Leonard holding on to the 2 spot of Aaron Gray in P3. 5 minutes and 45 to go here at Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 6 Hour here at RaceKraft Simulations. So with 5 minutes to go, we've had a DNF failure for Nick Cochran and Riley Prussian, and a legitimate mechanical failure on the simulator has caused them to have a DNF. They broke the brake pedal. So there'll be a stricken car somewhere around the track that is going to spell disaster for their run. And the actual brake rubber in the Huisenfeld setup has broken. Too rough on the gear out here at RaceKraft Simulations. Those rigs are only new. Those pedal sets are only new. You broke a new pedal set. All right, we're gonna blame Riley for it, but he's broken the pedal rubber in the Huisenfelds, and unfortunately, that's put them both out. They've actually gone and retired the car, which is good. That means we're not going to have a stricken car out there on track. They will end up P14. And out of contention. After 5 hours and 55 minutes of racing, it comes down to this. It's 4 to go. As Trevor Leonard tries to hold on to this one, Aaron Gray is continuing to try and close the gap as they make their run through the cutting. Trevor Leonard coming up onto the back of the Davo Sim Racing boys from Geraldton. Dives one to the inside, drops a wheel off in the grass, but rejoins in fine form and holds on by 1.1 seconds back to Aaron Gray. Trying to put the pressure on as Aaron is stuck behind the BMW through the dipper and trying to find his way around as they head towards Forest Elbow. And Aaron has ended up in an incident with the BMW that has caused them some damage, and that spells disaster for him to try and make a run to the back of Trevor Leonard here down Conrod Straight. 2 minutes and 40 to go. Parts flying off the McLaren from Aaron Gray. It's all about this man out front now, heading across the top of the mountain. Quadruple stinting. Liam Fisher playing race manager, saying, you know what, you're fast enough, kid. We'll keep you in. And he's still lapping in the 204s after 6 hours of racing. Anthony Jewell across the top of the mountain with 2 minutes and 10 left on the clock. He's about to start his final lap of Mount Panorama. After weeks of planning, plenty of testing, a morning of practice and qualifying here at RaceKraft Simulation, 2 hours of racing prior to having a forced shutdown of the server and a manual restart for the remaining 4 hours. It comes down to this. Anthony Jewell screaming down Conrod Straight towards the chase with a minute and 10 seconds advantage over this man, Trevor Leonard, who's making his run across the top end of the mountain for what could be his final lap of the race, or his second to final lap of the race. Aaron Gray back there in third, making his run through Reed Park. He is 6 seconds off the back of the fight for second after sustaining damage to the McLaren in these closing stages. But it's Anthony Jewell on his final tour of Mount Panorama. Up Mountain Straight for one more time here in the Bathurst 6 Hour. Liam Fisher has put down a solid effort as well. They qualified on pole. It all went pear-shaped in the opening stages. That first 2 hours of the event, the manual restart and a lot of luck helped him get to this point. Getting out of sequence in the pit stops and hanging on to it. With a pit stop inside the final hour, saw them in fine form to bring this one around as we're counting down 40 seconds remaining in the race. And the talk coming in is Trevor Leonard with 30 seconds left on the clock and coming through the chase has less than a lap of fuel left. Julesy is on a flyer though. Through McPhillamy Park, Anthony Jewell is on his final tour of the circuit with 15 seconds left on the main clock. Trevor Leonard has to get a whole nother lap in to bring this one home. And this could be absolutely disastrous to finish second on the podium today as the time runs down. Anthony Jewell on Conrod Straight for the final time here in the Bathurst 6 hour from a stellar drive with Liam Fisher. We're keeping an eye on the gap here with Trevor Leonard, who is running the fuel tank on absolute fumes. Aaron Gray is sustaining damage and can't close the gap. It's 8.8 seconds between them, but Trevor has to complete an entire lap of Mount Panorama to bring this one home. It could completely run out of fuel. No such issue though for Anthony Jewell as he brings it down to the final corner for the final time and on the pit straight. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Anthony Jewell and Liam Fisher, your Bathurst 6 hour winners here at RaceKraft Simulations. Julesy and Fisher will pick up the win after 6 hours of racing. We turn our attention to second place, and there's a very quiet sounding Porsche out there as he makes his run down towards the S's. He must be on absolute fumes bringing it around, but Aaron Gray cannot capitalise. Gray has sustained too much damage in the crash with one of the BMWs in these final stages of the race. Conrod Straight will tell the difference. He has 1 litre of fuel left going down Conrod Straight. It will be an absolute perfect finish. He'll cross the line on vapours to get this one done. As Trevor Leonard co-driving with Ray Mangano today for the Bathurst 6 hour has half a litre of fuel left as he comes out of the bottom of the chase. The gap comes down a little bit. It's 9 seconds. He has to get it home. He could clutch it in and roll across the line and he would get there. Through Murray's Corner for the final time on literal fumes. Trevor Leonard and Ray Mangano come home for second on the podium with the Porsche. A great drive from those guys on no fuel. Absolute running it home on fumes as Aaron Gray and Brodie Cullen will come home in third to round out your podium. Cameron Edwards and Ray Oliver in the V-Race 1 entry will come down the line to pick up P4 here at Mount Panorama. Cade Bell and Tom Hamlet in the camo McLaren will round out your top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, that is about the 6 hour. And Anthony Jewell and Liam Fisher, after 6 hours of racing, will take the pole position start and bring it home to pick up the win at Mount Panorama from RaceKraft Simulations. It has been my pleasure to bring you all of the action. That is our whole show done and dusted. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Get on to racecraft.net for all of your sim racing needs, or go to RaceKraft Simulations on Facebook. Get in touch with Johnny to join our events.